Okay. I believe we are live. Oh, I forgot to get the fireplace, didn't I? Yeah, let me find my go-to fire. Yeah, this one. Yeah, that's the stuff. That's the good one. Oh yeah. So cozy. Okay, let me just get rid of some stuff here while we're at it. Humanity, hey, be hi. Hello, humanity. It's good to see you here. Man, you're so consistently super early, man. Thank you. I do appreciate it. Also, pre-onsa as well. What's going on, pre-onsa? Are you purchasing something? I was looking at the Nixie clocks, but no, I'm not purchasing it yet. It's a little too rich for my blood currently, but eventually I'd like to do that. Eventually I would like to make the move to get the Nixie clock. But as it stands, I simply cannot do it. Because it'd be so nice to have like a little Nixie clock here in the stream corner, you know what I'm saying? Like, it would look so cool, dude. It would look so freaking cool. Like, I think that would be just the nicest, just the coolest thing ever. I'm gonna keep this tab open because we're probably gonna have to do some Googling today. We'll see. Biahaya means elder brother, and you pronounce it wrong. I imagine I pronounce it wrong. I appreciate that, though. How would you phonetically pronounce it? If you don't mind me asking. Anywho. So today's going to be a very, very interesting stream. It's either going to be a fantastic stream where we get things done and we just have a hoorah of just like productivity and triumph, or we crash and burn. Also, we have new music in the channel, or new mix, new CDs. Oh my god. What is going on my radio? What? You just saw that, right? If I wave it the wrong way. Come on, brother. You can't do that to me. Maybe I need to make the antenna longer. Anyways. So, yeah, I got a little VGM mix, and then I got another, like, I don't know. We'll see. How to use UI of Unity 3D. I mean, that's a loaded question, dude. That's a very loaded question you're asking there. Like what specifically? Like, buttons and actions like that, or... Like, what exactly are we trying to do here? What are some... Like, what is the question? That's a big topic you just asked. Alright. So, we're gonna try doing the thing I had in mind last stream. Which was making the, You can't just say all, dog. Man, you can't just say all. That's like... It's like, what? Okay, 1 second. I didn't want to do Unity stuff, or at least not into it yet, but maybe I'll give it a quick thing. I really don't know, man. Okay, just one thing. Just talk about the to-dos for today. I want to start making the task manager software, aka tentatively Riven done, I think. I don't know, we're gonna see. But yeah, this is the first one we kind of do. And then I want to start maybe implement a basic enemy for MM. That'd be like the Unity side thing we do. And this would be, we need to architect a solution here. And we would need to, I'm gonna start making it. Start with architecting. Probably actually start with requirements overview. Let's just think about it in terms of requirements, what we want it to do, and then start going down this path. And then make it in C. Yeah, because I think I want to do something in C, just pure C, no C++. We'll see how far we go with that, and then maybe I might have to chicken out, but we'll see what happens. 2D and 3D are the same or brother. They're different. They're straight up just different. Those are two different things. Let me save this though. Yeah, Unity has like two projects, 2D and 3D. I mean, it just kind of changes what default components get added to your object. Instead of a 3D collider, you use a 2D collider, and then the way they do rendering is a little bit different for UI and stuff like that. But 2D and 3D are the same or different? No, in UI. You might have to clarify that. You might have to clarify that for me a little bit more. Like a better question is like, what are you trying to do? Let's just start there. What is your goal? And then maybe we can work towards that, or at least start preparing questions around that. Projects. I believe did I make a folder for this? Yeah, task manager, CD task manager, and we started knitting some basic stuff. And we have the mockup, and we have yeah. In fact, maybe I'll just go to mockup real quick, because this is a good gist of how we want to make things work. And then I want to highlight this a little bit because I'm having some more ideas about this. Where like maybe this is the cursor when you're moving around something, but then when you have it selected, it actually changes to have, I don't know, to prepend. I don't know what's. I'm trying to find the correct. There we go, like this for the entire task. So if it's like a long name or something, just kind of wraps around or something. Like the task wraps around like so. This continues down here. And then you're like in Vim mode if you have it selected, so you can navigate it to move it around. I might have to go into Miro and model this a bit more. Make a little wireframe. Making a game? No, making a, not yet at least. We'll do some game. We'll resume some work probably today on it, but I kind of want to take a crack at making my own task manager, like terminal-based ASCII task manager. Also, let me put on some music. Let me put on some tunes. I like this Dia song. It's like the most jarring thing for this mix, at least, because it goes from this one to like just village tunes. Is it assembly? No. We're not doing assembly. We're just gonna do some C. We're gonna do some C. Oh, wrong file type, didn't I? I did a C++ file, but I feel like I can make this compile in, like the way I'm doing this, it should be able to compile in C and should be fine. And oh yeah, because we have this atomic stuff for, ooh, maybe I might have to, because I'm doing some separate threading stuff, aren't I? To read input. Where we have like system, and we execute commands like this, and then we do an input load, and this guy is, oh, there's no, just normal navigation, or did I delete it? I might have deleted it. I might have to go back to the other project and look at how we do things there, and then do that. What's up, Renee? What's going on, Renee? It's good to see you here, man. I've got $200 Walmart gift card if you can teach me how to code something good. You probably have to stay with that $200 gift card, Josh's Emporium. The most I could do is just point out the different roads that exist. But yeah, man. But now actual walking will be on your court, man. So we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about the requirements for this little task manager terminal app we want to make. Yeah, we're making a little task manager because I don't want to use. I use Jira for work, and I've used ClickUp for work and stuff like that. And I know there's other task managers that exist out there, but I just want a simple local task manager that it just is terminal based and has Vim motions for navigation. It's a very specific thing I want. There probably exists something like this out there, but part of it, the fun is just making something on my own. So, that's just what we're gonna do, man. I was gonna look at something though, because I wanted to do some preliminary stuff before I moved on to anything. Before we start defining like the requirements or the desire we want for this application. Unity compare. Where is this? Is it one off? Might be this one. Main. Yeah, we have terminal init to start this stuff. And then we have the function for read-in. It's all from the header. Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to keep this terminal around because I'm probably going to be referencing this a bit more. And honestly, we're going to go back to... No, we're going to go to... We're just going to do this. We're going to go to Ranger. And we're going to go to Task Manager, and we're going to go to main.c++. No, I don't want to use that app, though. Okay, we'll just do this. Oh my goodness. I have another thing that... Wait, what? Oh, because I was in the home directory, that's why. Okay. Yeah, now I'm gonna delete everything here because we're just gonna yoink stuff from over there probably. I'm just gonna keep the stuff I know we're probably gonna need. And yeah, we're talking about this, but honestly, we're just gonna keep things simple. Okay, so yet another terminal. Yet another terminal. Oh yeah, capital P. And then, okay, and then let's do, I don't know, .md, or I guess design.md. That sounds good to me. And we're going to talk about this in terms of data from a couple different places, right? There's going to be persistent data we have to think about and how we want to work with that, and then there's going to be like session level data for this application. And we're going to start defining like the application itself, the different states it can be in, and then start defining the underlying states, which might be like as simple as like board and I don't know, project selection, something basic like this. And then like the additional states of like board, for example. So there's things to think about there. And then the type of data we want to have persistent. So So just so we can have it here, let's define what this goal is. This is going to be a terminal-based project or not project, I guess. Task management. I don't know, console app that uses Vim motions and has data locally. That's the gist of what we want to do here. Let me catch up in chat real quick. Okay, show me how to shut down my enemy's computer on Halo and when I'm playing PC. Nah, man. That's more hacking. Or at least the common connotation of hacking. I'm not about breaking or entering or any of that kind of stuff. I just make stuff, dude. I want to use C if I can. Timing backfires, but I need to check out to see how C++. I want to see how whatchamacallit. I'm gonna have to look up how we do async stuff and see. It shouldn't be that crazy, but just curious. What are you doing? I got it right here. At least it's the first part of the stream. Or at least we're gonna see how well this goes, and then I want to learn Python after JS. Okay. I would recommend trying out a statically typed language. I want to learn. I'm new to this, but is this a web shell? No, it's not a web shell. Just a simple old Ubuntu and terminal and i3. That's all we're doing. That's all we're doing here. When we were playing Halo and all the players would show off their IP addresses, if you go from Task Manager, you can shut down the computers. Oh, that's goofy, man. Or something like Halo Combat Involved. YAML, wow. How many languages are you using? Just one language, simple. I'm trying to follow you doing this for a game. Okay. Nice to meet you all. Let me have me breakfast. All right, you have your breakfast, humanity. Maybe we come back when I might talk more about the Unity UI stuff that you're kind of curious about. Nah, bro, gotta talk back in computer class by a 14-year-old. Hey, bro, I don't have a degree. Is this possible to get a job at Amazon without degree? I mean, I don't know about Amazon, probably not, but there's companies where there's people there who don't have degrees. Though usually they're really smart. They're like super duper like at it. You know? That's like it's like I don't know, those 10x programmer memes or something. I don't know, that's kind of what I say or think of. Oh, let's see here. Okay, so we have this basic definition of what this app's gonna be. And you know what, let's do some more markdown formatting. And let's talk about the arc. And then let's clarify this a little bit more. So session data, the way I think about it is just like the memory, like what's the state of the application, like in your RAM, on RAM. Because usually when you start a program, like a whole bunch of things get allocated there, and you know, that's the lifetime of your program for the most part. That's a super simplified idea of it. And then persistent data is like stuff that we're saving to disk that will be loading. So in this case, the persistent data we are to have here is going to be a few things. So I want to have projects. And projects will contain like a list basically of tasks with varying information about it. That'd be the main thing, is just projects and a list of tasks, and we're not going to do anything much more beyond that. And tasks themselves are going to be very simple. They're going to have an ID and a brief description, because that's honestly all I really need to know what I'm dealing with. Maybe if I want to be much more try-hardy, we can do a verbose description of some type. Or I guess we can just change this to be like summary. Or I guess title. And description. So this will be the persistent data. So you might have multiple projects, and each with their own list of tasks and IDs and whatnot. We might want to add additional things, like for example, we want to have a unique identifier per project. Maybe you want to do something like that to identify like what type of tasks. So instead of an ID just being a number, you might want to have like MM-12 something. But I think if you're selecting a project, you already know what you're dealing with. You don't need a prefix for that. So I may just leave that as is. But I believe this is pretty much everything I have in mind as far as persistent data is concerned. Session data is going to be a bit more, we get more into the weeds of how this is going to work. Let me catch up in chat before we get into this. No, bro, I gotta talk back in computer class by a 14-year-old. Kieran, what's going on, Kieran? Here you go, Kieran. There's the description of what we're making today. Hey, bro, I don't have a degree. Yeah. Bro, is it worth it to learn Go in 20? Dude, just learn just learn stuff, dude. Like, honestly, picking up a language, like if you have a foundation of programming, picking up a language is not that crazy. Like, picking up a language as far as syntax is concerned, you can do that within like a week, if not less than that, like in a few days, honestly. Depending on like how idiomatic the language is, and if it's a paradigm that's fundamentally different. But usually most of them that are imperative or have some object-oriented principles and whatnot baked into them, you can pick them really quickly. So like that's not a really big concern. And the question is like, what type of projects do you want to pick up? Because someone can have a resume that says, hey, I know Go, but then they haven't made anything with it. So when I read that, I'm like, okay, that means nothing then. Because usually like you want to have a GitHub that I can go to and look at to see, okay, this guy said he knows Go and he made some projects with Go. Let's see what kind of Go code he writes, or what kind of code he writes in general. So that's a more important thing. And I think it honestly, like, projects are far more important than the actual language. If someone wrote an engine in Rust or an engine in C or Zig or whatever, I'm like, okay, I don't really care, because like if you made an engine that demonstrates you have some fundamental, understanding about certain concepts and ideas, and like, that's much more important and hard to teach than a language. Is this a modern PC? Yeah, it's a modern PC. Siad. Yeah, Kieran's got me. Making my wrists hurt? It's actually not that bad. I'm a junior software engineer currently working with .NET and Angular. Should I move away from C# and .NET to focus on JavaScript or Python instead? Please, I can't give you guidance there, Janish, because like I don't work in I don't really work within web dev. I use C# and .NET, but that's like for a very different application than what you're doing. And like I said, the language doesn't even matter. Like, it doesn't matter that much. It just matters what you know and, you know, what you do. Like if you know C#, sure, maybe you don't know JavaScript as much, but you can like use TypeScript, which most people do to transpile to JavaScript. And even if you have to use JavaScript, some of the principles and ideas from statically typed languages like C# will translate there. Like, it's again, like, the language is not really the biggest issue. It's just time in the saddle and projects you make with it. You know what I'm saying? Especially in web dev, there's an issue where people learn a tool or a framework or something instead of like learning concepts and principles. If that makes sense. Like, that's the feeling I get. You know, I've known people who work web dev who, you know, are familiar with certain tools and whatnot, but they don't understand like the foundations of like networking, for example, or, you know, the foundations of requests and stuff like that, or maybe or like even the basic principles of like software architecture. So yeah. So we have our data modeled out. We have this basic idea for the session data, which is we have this application that's gonna have states, and the main two states I have here are project selection, where you choose what project you want to use. I'm probably gonna have this all be like, this is probably gonna load a projects file from a local directory relative to the executable. Because that's just the way I want to deal with it. I'd rather keep everything very nearby and simple like that. That also means that we're basically going to create our own file extension, or we can at least. Like, we're going to have our own little projects file. So we can do like, I don't know, what do we want to do? We can have a there's .proj, there's a .riven done, .rd, or .task or something. I don't know. Or we can just do .project. Keep it ambiguous, why not? Project from what? I don't know. And you know, I'm thinking there's additional data we have to have here, like the name of the project. That would be kind of important. What's up, Draco? Go doesn't have what? O square P? What character? Let me zoom in real quick, 1 second. OOP though. Does it not have like, are you not, wait, 1 second. What do you mean it doesn't have OOP? Like, does it not have like facades or accessors? Facading? Or is it like a procedural language? Now you're defining a struct. Oh, is it doing the seed thing where you have like a point, you're passing a pointer to the thing? That's interesting. It's almost like kind of Rust like. I mean, Rust members are still kind of tied to it, but like you're still passing in a self pointer to the object. Interesting. So does it have inheritance? Or is it super enforcing composition instead? Interesting. Huh, so it's kind of Rust-like then. Or I guess technically C-like. Because that's where they got all that stuff. Okay. I should look at that. Either way, though, you're still architecting stuff. And you're still having to deal with the whole boundary stuff. I'll be worried because just joined. What are we doing? Your plans for today? This is the plans for today. We're doing the Riven task thing, as well as maybe doing some enemy stuff in Messy Mansion. Maybe implement some new enemies or make a basic enemy. I'll be worried because I met someone in college, 5th programming class, and I had to teach her what commenting. Oh my goodness, that's okay. That's a thing. Like 15 years, Joper rope. Go as close to see no encapsulation inside classes. Gotcha. That's pretty sick. Bro, OP means nothing. You can do OP thing if you know how to use it. No, I know you can technically, like, even in C, you can re-implement, like, a lot of OOP stuff. Like, I'm just wondering what's idiomatic for the language, because it's very different from what can you do in a language versus, like, what's the idiomatic intended way. Like, part of why I kind of switched away from Rust is because I found myself having to break away from what's you're supposed to be doing, and at that point, it's like, all right, why am I using Rust if I'm subverting every single principle of their design? You know? In programming, do you really have to memorize everything or just look something up on the internet? I'm second year in IT and looking for a smooth way of learning. You just learn stuff, you Google stuff, dude. That's all you do. Heck, I'm probably gonna have to Google stuff today because I'm not very familiar with C and C++. Or I guess I'm more familiar with C++ than just normal C, so we're gonna see how this pans out. But yeah, and then you'll eventually learn it. But it's not like learning a language where you just repeat, keep writing these words over and over again or repeat them or whatnot until something sticks or something. But like, there's like two ways of learning languages. There's like the first way in a classroom academic setting where you're just kind of forced to repeat things over and over again, and it's kind of tedious, and maybe it'll stick and maybe it won't. And then there's like the other part of the other option where it's like, hey, we're gonna fly you out to France and you're gonna have a book or you're gonna have Google, and you're just gonna have to figure some stuff out. We'll give you some basic syntax, but from there you have to work with it. And you go into a conversation and maybe you don't know this word, but you go on your phone, Google it, and you're like, oh, that's what that word is. You use that word, and then like the next time that comes up, you might have it in your brain, you might not, but the more you do it, it's gonna stick more because it's actually used within a practical application. That's kind of the same way I approach it with coding. It's like, hey, I'm gonna have a goal I want to work towards. We're gonna start trying to do it, and once I hit a snag, we're gonna Google, go through a little adventure, maybe learn some stuff from it, and then come back to it. And then next time I encounter that same problem, hopefully, I have it. Remember, like, it sticks. And that's basically how all this stuff happens. Hard for someone to make notes. Yeah, and for me, like, just doing stuff in that kind of way of just taking note, it's just, I don't know, the more you can tie something immediately to a practical application, the better. Like, you can, for example, right, a more programming oriented example, you could totally like just read this book and memorize the structures and everything before you like write a single line of code. But that's not going to be really that valuable. Like, maybe you can try like actively trying to think of where can I use this thing. But odds are you'll probably read through the book. Maybe something will stick, probably not. And then you're going to start programming. But like, if you're working on a project and you come across a situation and either someone says it to you, like for example, hey, maybe a strategy pattern would work best in this situation. It'll make things a bit easier. And it's like, all right, cool, let me try that. And you try it out, and if it solves the problem you're going for, maybe strategy pattern is not a good example. Maybe like a command pattern or something. Either way, this thing gets used immediately to solve a problem you're facing, and it's like, cool, now I know this. Now it's a tool in my backpack, and I see where you actually use it. Because everyone in university probably learns what an interface is, but it's very different until you actually use it, for example, in practice. Okay, so we have this project selection. We load project files from a local directory, and then we go into here, and it's just one state transition. Or we have to create a new file. So you can either load a project file or create a new project file. Okay, so two distinct behaviors here, and then we go into our board, and then there's different states we can be in. So within the board, there's a couple things we need to do, right? We have to create a task. We might probably want to modify a task. Like if you want to change the description or the text or whatever. You want to move a task. And then you might want to archive a task. And an archive is something that's not shown but saved in project. So I think these are some 4 basic things you want to be able to do within this board view. And maybe if you want to have like cycle back and forth, we can allow you to navigate back to project selection. That wouldn't be a crazy thing to do. Okay, and we could do saving, but I think we'll make saving an automatic thing that you don't consciously do. Even though I like doing like this impulsively, I think I think we're gonna make it where any kind of modification to tasks just writes to disks. Because why not? It's not that big of a file, and it's whatever. All right, let me catch up in chat real quick. Discord Marco. For me, I think I got you, Kieran. I think I posted it when I was mentoring students a while back. I think I made a channel with some books. Maybe I'll post in the Discord. Let me not, like, I'm not sure if they want to be shown. Let me go to that Discord real quick, because I think I have a nice single post with a bunch of information like this. So let me quickly gander over there, or take a little gander over there. Okay, our resources, and oh yeah, I have some like books on computer security stuff too. I could have sworn I made a nice write-up. I have write-ups about art. Okay, I have two, and it, like with a brief description about it. Cool. Let me copy and paste it into the Discord real quick. So if you're interested about it, you can also get it yourself. Though I've also gone through this weird journey of like going, hey, yeah, dude, object-oriented was cool, and I tried using it for everything, and then turns out you shouldn't use it for everything. Sometimes it's simple to not use a strategy pattern and just use a dang enum and have branching behavior based off that enum. Like, let's not have a ton of classes everywhere. Okay, so I just posted this in the Discord. I think I also have one more. Yeah, let's see if I can find it. Let me go back here. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, here we go. The pragmatic programmer. That's also a pretty good one too, or at least pretty interesting and thought-provoking. Paste. Yeah, there we go. All right, so everything should be. Oh, my bad. Put that bad boy back here, and yeah, should be here now. Hey, thank you, Karen. Hopefully, it's of enjoyment. I know this is the most. Is very, very, very enthralling reads. Okay, are we good? I think we're good. Let's organize things a little bit. The to-do is there. The actual code is there. And I think this is, yeah, the actual project. So this is gonna be the reference. And then this is our little design document. So now the question is how we're going to trigger these different types of modifications. They're probably just keyboard bound because I want to be super keyboard oriented. I think what we're going to end up having here is like so these are actions we can take at any given moment. Something that's going to exist as a cursor, and it's just going to have like a task index and a column index. I think that's how it's going to work. All right, let me catch up in chat real quick. Yeah, I do. I got inspired by indie games. Indie games are sick, man. I remember as a kid watching Indie Game, this movie. Like that, Indie Games the movie is what really got me. Cause I was making games before I watched that movie. Yeah, this one. Like I was making little dinky games in middle school, but then I saw this and I was like, oh my goodness, people can like make games. You can actually make games on your own and not have to work for a company to make a game, and you know people can actually buy it, and some people even live off that full time. That's crazy, and it's cool seeing like the connection a designer can have with the player. It's really cool. And it's actually partly what got me into going to my first game jam when I was a kid too. Oh man. A DOS prompt channel? No DOS here. No DOS here, or at least no MS-DOS. Just good old-fashioned Linux. If I did not do Sea Light Studios, I would do something games. What is Sea Light Studios exactly if it's not games? Out of curiosity. Yeah, C# is Unity's code. So when we'll go back to work on Unity, we're gonna be back in C# land and HLSL shader land. Right now, we're gonna try to do this in C. I wanna just try doing this in C. Okay. So, I mean, this is like more implementation details, but the cursor provides context for actions. I think this is how it's going to work. So with the column, so for example, right, if we go back to our little markdown, I guess, or mockup, we have this here, right? We have our different columns for to do, in progress, review, done. I'm not even sure if I'm going to do review. I might just make it done because that's the only thing that's relevant for me. Unless I want to have, but nah, I'm probably going to get rid of this category in its entirety. Maybe we'll make projects have this kind of 4-tier thing. I don't know. So we have a cursor, and this is going to provide the context. So for example, if I do like Control or like a Shift C or something, we have the context of the cursor being in the to-do category, so we can just make a new task and place it there. Or honestly, we could just assume that if you're making a new task, that we don't even need to know the context. We probably want to put it in to-do. Either way, if we want to make it contextual, where like if the cursor's over here in this column, we can make a task there, but either way, the cursor could provide context for where the state of a new task we create. It also has the current task we're hovering over, specifically, which will allow us to do things with it. If we are in a selected state, like down here, this is selected. That's like a new mode of the cursor. And we can move things around from here. So in selected state, we can move it around, which is what we wanted initially, to be able to shift it across categories. We can also have a thing where like we delete it. Like if we do D, that just gets rid of it. The thing I'm worried about is that we're probably gonna have to do commands. Because now that I think about it, I was gonna make it be like, nah, you don't have to undo, redo. This is gonna be just a bad issue, like a skill issue for me. But the more I think about it, the more inclined I feel to actually have like some sort of undo, redo stack of actions, so that if I delete this action or delete this object by accident, I press D, I can just do undo that. That's kind of important. That's going to have significant consequences in terms of how we architect it. Yeah, that's going to be a thing. That is going to be a thing. Okay, what else beyond that? So this cursor is always going to have a selection mode, which can either be, navigate and select. Gosh, even the most simple version of this application I have in mind, maybe not the most simple, but a simplistic version of this application is already starting to become kind of gnarly. It's already starting to become kind of gnarly. Oh, man. But at least this kind of takes care of these actions. So creating a task, we could do like C in nav mode. So if you press the C button in nav mode, that just creates a new task. We also have to think about modify. And how do we even trigger this selection mode as well? Excuse me, guys. Also, that's like the end of that mix. So I'm gonna put on the next mix. Let us eject the CD. Maybe I'll like have another vote for music. I'm not sure. I can frankly go either way. Let me get my CD out though. It's amazing. Like, software is this continuous, like, Sisyphean cycle of saying, hey, this would be easy to implement, and then you start implementing it or even designing it, and oh my goodness, 1 second. Bad things are happening here. Okay, let's actually put the CD correctly now. Come on, buddy. Work with me, pal. Work with me, pal. Cool. Okay, let's put another one. Again, different mix, so we're gonna see. I'm gonna try it out today and see how good it feels or not. Cool. Do your thing. All right, let's catch up here on chat. I've been kind of out of it. Also, what's up, the good things to listen? What's going on, man? GV Tour. Also, Sea Light Studios. I'm not sure if I... Code can be diff like Unity, Unreal. We're making a 2D game engine, and it has 4 types of coding. Oh my goodness, that sounds like fun. One is named after our first 3D modeler. Oh my goodness, that's pretty cool. What is there? What is the principle behind your engine? Out of curiosity, or is there like what's the driving force behind your engine? Like for the game engine I'm working on the side of the Unity project game, there's like this whole idea I have for like having an editor that's very Vim based and allows me to edit in that kind of way. And I feel like a lot of engines have different kind of principles behind it. Yeah, I just started using GameMaker and it has its own scripting. Yeah, GML's my favorite. Well, not my favorite. It actually kind of made me hate dynamically typed languages, but that's a whole different thing. But that was like my first real, or my second programming language I picked up. The 1984. Yep, that's that last keyboard. I keep seeing you pop up my feed. What are you working on, Josh? Josh, right now we're doing something very different. So normally we have our game engine project. In fact, you know what? Let's pull it up for a second. No, I don't even know what I just launched. What did I just launch? I don't even know. I'll show off the little project for a second. Might be worth having it open because we're probably going to work on it later today. But no, I'm working on a task management application because I just want something different than just what I use for work and that I have used previously for work. And I just want to have something that's terminal based, and it sounds like a fun project to try architecting. And in some way, it might be even a nice little microcosm of data management. So it might be nice to deal with that in a very smaller sense before dealing with that for games. I already have like a data management like structure for this game, but I'm kind of in a position of being able to rethink it and being able to kind of reassess if the architectural decisions I've made are worth keeping or if I want to do things a little bit different. So let's actually find... Wait, did I just box my... 1 second, did I... Did it not save changes from last time? Am I going crazy? That's not... Oh my goodness. Oh, because I was doing changes to the level last time. Oh my goodness. was like, am I crazy or did I not? Nope, I'm not crazy. I made changes and I forgot about how things clip into the starting area. Where's the player at? 1 second. And then what is being blocked right now? Is that it? Is that the bad man who's hurting us? Who is trapping my child in? You can't keep getting away with it. Okay. Hopefully that has no negative implications. Okay, but we're gonna just try it out. We're gonna try it out. Yeah, so much of this has been like I haven't had, like, now we're starting to actually work on making content and design this game and stuff. Because I've been so focused on just like the lighting model and the shader, like reworking. Because we're not using Unity's lighting model at all. We wrote our own like lighting pipeline and everything, and it turns out there's a lot tied to that. But you know, I think I'm pretty happy with how it works, and I think it gives it a very different look compared to most Unity games, because, oh yeah, we have the occlusion thing too. That's pretty cool. It was nice spending a lot of time in Shaderland. Oh, I suck. So now we're starting to get back out of technical implementation land and focusing back on actual content. So we started white boxing, or I guess doing basic boxing of this level, and now we're gonna start working on design and validating, and we're gonna be doing a play test to see how well some of this stuff translates. But yeah, that's the gist of it, man. To the moon! Salutations, my fellow Cosingtons. What's up, Samurai? It's good to see you. Fishmaster, damn, I haven't seen that rainbow end of a VHS tape screen in a long time since I was a kid. Yeah, I mean, that's not even intentional. The camera just does that because of tax reasons. What have I missed? You missed some stuff. You missed some things. Maybe not as much as you may have think. But we got Cache Shadows working. That was a big win. Well, we have a Discord update. Yeah, this week I was spending a lot more time working on a website, but now we're doing another diversion on top of that. Yeah, so we were talking about like the Cache Shadows and the lighting model and how we're implementing stuff, and how this test level didn't have. This is it with Cache Shadows. Now that it's working, and how like the directional sunlight casts shadows down to the objects underneath it that are occluded by it, and you can compare that to like how it was before when I was doing my rework, where that didn't exist, and you know, things look significantly less kind of immersive, and it gives us, you know, there's a lot more constraints in terms of what we can do with lighting and designing our levels. So yeah, a lot of stuff with that. But that's the gist though. Yeah, first level, skip to level TST. You can't keep getting away with this, Mr. White. What's up, Demiero? Good to have you here, man. Finally off work. Let's go, Beta Master. You're free. You're free. And what's up, Duke? Good to see you. Unity Terrain, or do you modeled it? No, I used Unity Terrain. I do something weird though. I made my own. Like I have like a custom modifier on top of Unity Terrain, and I use a specific shader because Unity Terrains typically only allow like 3 different textures you could blend between. What I wanted was to have like a texture atlas that you can like just select tiles and put it on the level. So I ended up writing. We had to make a new shader no matter what to be hooked into our own lighting pipeline. But in doing that, we can also change the values in the control map for the terrain material, so that we can. Yeah, here's like a look at the previous levels. Yeah, there's some bugs there. Yeah, so for example, right, this is the Unity's terrain map. This is all this one terrain from Unity, but you notice how we have like this different tiles with different textures being displayed on there, and it's definitely more than 3. So that's part of the custom terrain painter, I don't know, editor tool I made. Yeah, here for example, here's a demo of it. So you see the sprite atlas map there, and then we have Unity's normal terrain, but then there's this custom component I have here that chops up the atlas and then lets you manually place and paint from that atlas onto there. So it's still Unity's terrain, but we definitely co-opted it to do things that normally isn't possible with the editor out the box. Jeez, I forgot how cool this was, man. I haven't touched this in a while. But yeah, a lot more flexibility and power. And that's kind of arbitrary too. Like we can add way more textures to these atlases. This is kind of an arbitrary thing, but yeah, gosh, I like the little water lighting model we have here. It's like gosh, man, I just want to get back to work on this. We also had a thing where I can like draw levels on an image, and then I can actually overlay it in the Unity's terrain map so that I can actually paint the terrain to match the level I've designed on paper or on an image. And I even had a debug thing so I can switch between this and the tile map version of it. So you can see like, hey, these are the lines and here's where everything should be based off of like this sketch. It just makes designing a bit more easier and a bit more fluid. Gosh, it's great. Like this, like we're doing a lot of kind of engine level things, but it's great because like, it lets me implement things and work within the engine in a way that I kind of like to work. Maybe not the best because I mean the whole engine project is meant to make a tool that fits my hand like a glove, but in the interim time I can at least force Unity to do my bidding in a way that seems fitting to me. What engine are you using? That was Unity. Right now we're just doing a pure C or C++ project. That monitor, I bought it like a few months ago. It's not that bad. I think it's from 1985, if I'm not mistaken. Something like that. Wow, it's better than what I had. Oh, for your terrain painter stuff? Thank you, X8 Cressy. That's what we're here for. We're here for the vibes. Honestly, if you don't get anything done today, at the very least, I want you guys to have like a nice, chill atmosphere and be able to just relax and chill out to this guy wrestle with the computer and maybe win, maybe fail. Who knows? I'm like Evel Knievel. I get paid for the attempt. Except I'm not getting paid. It's just for the love of the game. It's just for the love of the game, brother. Yeah, I used the 1985 one. Yeah, I used the normal Unity one. That's the beauty, though. That's the beauty, Sealight Studios. You are free to make it and change it to do what you want it to do. You can just look at the decompiled or the compiled HLSL stuff, and you'll find the control maps, like, and you can just modify them. Gosh, man, I love shader program. It's like you can do so much cool stuff with it, dude. It's the CPU side of things where things get complicated and annoying. And right now, I'm already. As soon as I realized I want to have undo redo for this task management app, all of a sudden things became very. But I think let's finish how we do the conditions for activating these actions. So we have C in nav mode to create a task. You have modify. I think we can hit like, I think we do I, like the way you do in Vim to modify a text field. And then in selection mode, to move a task, H or, H or L. In selection mode. So you have to actually select the object. And then also we have to figure out how to enter the modes. Select or I think we'll keep it simple as just V. And nav mode. Ooh, this is gonna be a hard one because I actually want to use C. I want to use C to do that because I do Control C to go into command mode in Vim. So if we're mimicking Vim motions here, we should probably not co-opt these things. So we're gonna change this to be something else. There's U to undo, R to redo, C. I don't know. I guess P, like, or maybe T for task. Okay, that works good. Create T to task, create a task, I to modify, move task, archive task. Nah, this is a predicament. We have to make a decision of what archiving means, because if we make a bum task that it shouldn't matter, we can just undo actually. Like if we make a task by accident, we can just undo that. So a move to archive a task should be something more purposeful. So we can just do, I don't know, A to archive it. Or D, because that's symbolically what I do in Vim, and it's essentially what I'm doing there. Maybe there might be a want to make a specific thing for that, but I don't know. And then go back to projects. I don't know, quick Q. Globally, you can just press Q and now it's take you back. Okay, sick, dude. I think we have some basic foundations here. This is like the top level thing. Now we have to worry about bottom level things, which is going to be how we're going to render to the screen, getting the columns and width of the terminal that you're working in, getting inputs, that sort of stuff. And then I kind of want to architect this in the weird way, kind of like a game, where each task is like a... Because I want to do some weird screen effects. Because why not? If we're gonna make a task manager, why not make it cool and do weird things? Like we can have like a sine oscillation and something. So I kind of want to almost create like this fragment shader kind of pipeline for rendering stuff to the screen. But I think the first place we want to go to, I want to get the length of the screen, the size of the screen, and I want to, I want to get the size of the screen. And I want to draw to a buffer and print it. And I think that'll be a good place to start here. I think that'd be a fair enough place to start. All right, let me catch back up on chat real quick. My bad, guys. W setup, thank you, Nebo. Do you have music? Yeah, I have some. Or like, do I compose music or am I have music playing in the background? If so, yes to both. I have music and all my music's on Newgrounds, and we do have music playing right now on this radio. But I put it a little bit low. But it exists. It's there. Hi, I joined live. Yow. What's up, Melon? It's good to see you, Melon. Glad to have you here, man. Himashu, hello. What's going on? In the game, yes, but the move to Linux broke stuff in the game, so I'm gonna have to deal with the files. It's not broken in terms of logic. Well, I mean, that's also kind of like always been jank, but no, the files themselves have been kind of jankified by the transition to Linux. So I'm gonna have to maybe just Ubuntu specifically, or maybe because of how Git does its file encoding. Either way, I have to deal with it at some point. It's not the setup, it's the developer. That's true, but I will say this. They didn't care who I was until I brought out the CRT. Oh, man. Like 15 years, Mohammed. I was hearing a bunch of pings in the Discord. Did people join? Hey! New friends. What's up, L Pool? Good to have you here, man. Is it good to have you? Is that from today? No, that's from earlier today. I know this. Do I want? No! No! Oh well. Nuclear doom has triggered. Alright. What are you working on? We're doing the task manager thing because I just don't want to use the normal stuff. Did I ever get the terminal here? I think using this header file was part of the solution or part of what I wanted to do here. Scene thread. Yeah, because this is with C++. I just want to get this working first and then we'll... Yeah, we're not. C thread join. Actually, I don't think it even read. This is reading for reading terminal input. So we're gonna have to figure out some kind of way of getting the height, or maybe we can just ignore that for right now and just set a basic one and just work within that parameter. And start just defining some kind of project structure. Yeah, because this whole thing is for reading input. That's a different thing. That's a different thing. Input.load. Do I have a separate file for this or something? Okay, we can get rid of this. That's the no, it's a render pipeline stuff. Okay, how are we using this? It's terminal, atomic input. It's like the initial state we're setting to it. C thread, read syn, ref, input. Okay, and that's the thing we're creating. Okay, I see now. No, I'm not using Arch. I haven't gone down that way. Or I guess I technically kind of do on my laptop, but I'm using Catchy OS, which is Arch based. So yeah, technically Arch, but not really. It's kind of cheating. Hey, I have an idea about a game. A 1v1 web fighting game where the AI learns from your moves in real time, adapts, and predicts. I mean, that sounds cool, man. But ideas are just ideas. The question is, how do we make that happen? The question is, how do you do that? The fine-tuning, the crafting. Oh, man. Okay. So let's just think about how we're gonna be outputting stuff to the screen. Brother. So I think we might just have a simple array. Gosh, I haven't done C in a while, have I? Or C++ even. I haven't done that in a minute. The engine project's been on hold for a fat while. So let's just do some basic stuff. Let's make a const. No, we're not gonna have a fixed buffer size. This has to be dynamic, actually. Ooh, that's a whole thing. Okay, we're just gonna do the classic thing of just start to implement everything in main, and then we'll go from there. And I don't know, we can do like I forgot how you do it. I think you do like char and then you define that and then you make your buffer. And then you can do your iteration to initialize it. Let's just get in here, dude. You know, honestly, I kinda wanna just get rid of a bunch of stuff we have going on here and just start very basic and then build up from here. Let's change this to okay, and we just fill it with a very basic thing for now, and then let's just see if we can print out to his screen. That'll be nice. Okay. So I'll just try doing this and then see where we go from here. You know, honestly, because we have the reference project, I might just get rid of a bunch of stuff and then kind of build up from there. Yeah, because I really want to try like doing this and see. So yeah, I think we'll... the input handling thing is going to be weird. I mean, I think that should just work within normal C though, so... yeah, I think that should be actually fine. So for right now, I'll just get rid of this stuff here. And get rid of most of this. Don't need this descriptor at all. And then I forgot, how do you do this stuff in C? I know I have this old C project somewhere here. Also, while we're at it, does this have minimal? It does have minimal.h, perfect. Did I do... the cozy engine, that's not gonna have that. Examples, no. Curl test, that's a C project. That was for networking purposes, but I'm not... I don't think we're gonna be doing any yeah, I don't think we're gonna be doing any networking. Hopefully not. Or maybe we should, dude. You wanna turn this from a standalone application to like a yeah, from a standalone application into a stdio.h. Yeah, we can just convert this thing into a humongous web service project. It's probably not going to compile. Also, I don't think this should actually work that way, because this is not a string. I should actually treat this as a string, shouldn't I? Because I'll make it easier just to print this out the screen. Ah, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's what you got. No, not this one, not this one. Not this one. Let me catch up in chat real quick, guys. 1 second. Alright, so what's going on here? Xorg or Wayland? Whoopsie. I don't really have an opinion. I think I'm using a Xorg right now. I'm not knowledgeable enough to really have an opinion. Stephen Williams. Kieran, Kieran digging Xorg. There's some weird stuff going on with Wayland. Like, it seems like there's some things that are making a push for Wayland, but I really don't know. That as a project, Brendan, because I'm so used to working with Jira, and I've used ClickUp for work previously and other stuff, and like this game I'm working on is for fun, and like I don't want to use some boring soulless kind of application for that. And I know there's other stuff like Hack and Plan and whatnot that are much more oriented for gaming, and just not that. But I'd rather just make my own little project management software and just give it a try and see how it works, and make it terminal based, and like everything, have it be molded to my the way I think and work. So that'll be the fun thing, man. I've been testing Wayland and GNOME lately. It's quite buggy in my opinion. Yeah, it seems everything is so weird and wacky in the Linux world. Like, even using Catchy OS on my laptop, I don't have any audio, and it's like in Lurch searching up specifically the laptop I'm using, the Omen 14. They're like, yeah, this is just an issue at kernel level, and just wait for the next kernel update. And like, you can try finding this other stuff to work around it, but it's just not gonna work. So I'm like, all right, sweet. So we have broken audio, and that's great. What I'm watching, you're watching some game dev and DevOps, or not game dev, some coding right now. We're gonna watch this not compile, because I probably should change it to or actually, like, this is a char array. Can I just treat that like a C pointer? Like, I don't know. I have to check this out. I don't really get the minimal aesthetic that is currently really popular, but if it works for you, more power to you. Like, minimal in what sense? Like, in terms of flat design, that's a different thing. That's one thing. For me, I'm not necessarily just minimal. I just like terminal and navigation and dealing with stuff like that. There's also a part of that's much more just like, hey, I like having things that are made by me and I have ownership of, it feels like. And I can easily make it do what I want it to do if I wanted to change it. For most people, Wayland and X11 isn't a choice that matters nowadays. I use Wayland and it's essentially no different from X11 experience. Really, Cornelius? Just a matter of what your desktop environment graphic drivers support. Interesting. Rather prefer a big display for my big eyes or my eyeballs. Yeah. Click, 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 clack. Yeah, that's what we're gonna be doing. And I'm the basic person who uses Windows 11. I'm not gonna shame you for it, Draco. I used Windows 11 on my laptop before I switched it to Arch as well. I might have to bring it back because there's still a large market share for Windows, and I should probably have my games work on Windows and test it. But at the same time, it's very hard to force myself to do that. And it's not a big monitor, then it's not matter which one you use, X11 or Wayland. I really don't know the difference between them, honestly. Like, I hear people say Wayland looks better, but I don't, like, in what way? Speaking of which, I kind of want to use PyCom. I have PyCom already, but I have it turned off because it has like a tendency to overheat my PC somehow. But Hey, someone else joined? Hey, what's going on? Is it saying very? I can't read this. Oh my goodness. I've been betrayed by my... Oh my god. My monitor has betrayed me. I didn't want to type this out either. Why did it copy and paste there? Oh, very lewd. That's it. Wow. Well, welcome aboard, man. Hope you have a good time here. Brother. It's basically the new version of X11. It's a protocol that's a heck of a lot more secure and supports new features like HDR, but also has some teething issues. Okay, that's an interesting way to describe that. That makes it really easy for me to understand what's going on there. I use Void Linux in just 2 applications, Alacrity and Zen Browser. This is everything for a dev. That sounds bliss, man. Why are you scared? Veep-long videos algorithm. What scares you here? Are you scared because we're about to segfault? First try. Actually, let's see if this even compiles. Yeah, we're gonna move this to. Let's move this main file to a main.c. Let's just go crazy here. Oh yeah, I always get it backwards for some reason. Oh yeah, no file name. I don't know. It's the first build of our task management. Oh my goodness, everything's wrong here. Okay, what's going on here? Return error number. Wait, what's going on? Oh, I'm still using include.minimal. How do you do linking? How do you build for this, actually? Wait. I'm pretty sure I saved like a command list somewhere. Or something for how to build this. Or maybe I didn't. Maybe I just didn't have that foresight. Oh, that's great. I guess we Google. Nope. Get out of here. Compile with header file. I assume it's like linking, but I forgot. What do you just specify it after or something in the command? Oh, there we go. How to compile a C program with a header file. I'm sorry, what? That's the output. See, this is gonna be the growing pains we're gonna be going through, guys. I'm so used to CLion and just my simple build or CMake command or my green button thing. Oh, capital I. There we go. I'm assuming. And this is before. Ran. Yeah, there's some syntax errors though, for sure. So I'm not gonna blame linking for this, but yeah, I'm just curious to make sure if it's truly just a linking error and oh, that's supposed to be multiplication there. Whoopsie. And I'm pretty sure I'm not defining this correctly. Pretty sure I'm not. I almost feel like with C, it's like backwards almost. Oh, I forgot what. Oh no, it's in between. It's like sandwiched. So you like do char buffer, and then you define it as like an array with that element count. Okay. So I'm not seeing the other errors we had. Is not a directory. Alright, let me read chat real quick. I'm sorry guys. 1 second. Do you make living coding? Yeah, I do. Yes, I do. Not C, thankfully. Or C++, because like, geez, if I were professionally and I'm struggling with how to link a header file in GCC, that's gonna be like that's kind of rough. That's like a yeesh. Bad time. See, this doesn't include the header file though. Or can I just literally... When not writing GM script? Oh, like GameMaker script? Yeah, get yourself a good... even when I worked in GameMaker, I think YAL... If you want to have like a custom editor that still interrupts with GameMaker pretty well, YAL made a GameMaker editor. I had a brief stint like 3 or 4 years ago when I tried GameMaker back again. But I was like, all right, I'm Vim motioned now. I can't do GLSL like I used to in editor. I have to have my Vim motions. Yeah, Yal, Yellow Afterlife. He has his GM edit. It's like a custom separate editor that still interrupts with GameMaker. Yeah, it's pretty sick. This guy's insane. He's done so much with GameMaker and for GameMaker and GameMaker games. Super sick dude, man. All right, here we go. Using to compile these header files independently. Okay, sweet. Standalone translation unit equivalent to creating a dummy.c file consisting only one included. So do I not have to do that since it's just a single header file project that doesn't have like a C file tied to it? Treatments for files with .h extensions when they're creates a precompiled header file. Interesting. Okay, you know what? We're gonna deal with this minimal.h stuff later. Let's just get something happening here. Hey, and it actually works. And it does nothing, of course, but hey, it's a program. It does something. Now, this issue here. How do you print this? So there's like C-style strings. And to make this a C-style string, I'd probably have to do like +1. Make this like -1. And then make buffer dot element count -1. Have that, what is it, the null character, I think. I think you do like that. a terminating null character to indicate the end of a file, and then can I just printf this? Probably not, but I'm kind of curious to see what happens. Actually, I don't even know how would you print this out, because it's like, yeah, now that I think about it, I'm like, hey, how do you, because I know there's like %d for like integers and different things for that, but for character array, let's learn. We're gonna learn today. Today's learning day. How to print oh, sorry, I'm seeing static. Oh, that's just the name of it, though. Oh, you can do just %s, maybe? Oh, I guess I could just do that, yeah. Okay, so it's just literally a string, %s, and then... Oh, did they pass the address, or... No, they just straight up passed the thing. So you can just pass buffer, and then cool. No. Why is my GCC not the next command? Okay. Hey, and there she goes. Oh, one more thing though, now that I realize it, is that we need to also make sure our lines terminate with a null character. So we have to do, I don't know, if something really simple here. If I mod width equals width -1, we instead do a new line character. And does he have continue, the continue keyword? We're gonna find out now. Otherwise, we set the buffer to that. Okay. It's not working. Though maybe I made the buffer too big, actually. So let's actually go back here and make sure that we are using a reasonable let's just make it a very small size that we know for sure is less than our monitor size. No. Okay, there we go. That's a discrete thing. It's a little too tall. Okay, so we're gonna have to figure out a way to get terminal size in from the program. We'll deal with that later. For right now, I'm just happy with this win. And we'll just continue. I think right now we're just at like a let's just guesstimate the column count. Cause hey, this is only gonna run on one computer, right? My computer. So like we could afford to just make this hardwired for this. No, if I have a laptop, I need to make it work on there too. So we're gonna have to do an actual good implementation of this at some point. But hey, that seems reasonable to me. So I think that's a reasonable buffer. Is it too tall? Maybe a little too tall. Maybe a little too tall. Let's shorten it down a little bit. Okay, and where does this end? Yeah, I think it's like 4 columns too big? Jank, I know. But hey, this is where we're at. Gotta start somewhere, man. And it's gonna be fine because there's also like, we're losing this line over here with our terminal, but in the normal render cycle, we're not gonna have this. So that's not a big deal. Okay, cool. So we gotta find buffer, and we're gonna be able to write to it. Now let's think about how we're gonna write stuff to a screen. How do we wanna do this? I think we want to have write commands that provide you like a pointer to the buffer, or maybe we can have like a specific simple a simple function where you write to a specific coordinate x and y, and from there, you also provide like, how do you do strings in C? Do I have to do like char pointer, or is that's probably unsafe? It's in some massive way. So how do you do strings in C? We're gonna learn today. Maybe our C strings. Let's learn. Okay, yeah, it's literally just a char array. So I think we just passed char pointer. I think it might be actually fine. Let's just do that. What could go wrong? What could go wrong? Or maybe make our buffer a global thing. That way no one has to worry about getting access to it. It's just, oh no, but that's the thing. This is not constant. This is gonna change, which means the buffer we allocated is gonna be different on runtime, which means, okay, so that's a whole thing. Though I guess you can make like a application level char pointer. And then, before we do anything here, can I even assign that? Would that work? That's funny, because G buffer is a real thing. There's like geometry buffers. That's not what we're using it for. I'm just specifying that it's a global thing. So like, or maybe static. That might be a better way of describing it. Equals. All right, how do we do this? Do we just do what, like a pointer to? Oh, dude, this is gonna be a weird thing. It's gonna be weird too, because C probably would let me compile something wrong. Warning assignment to char buffer from incompatible pointer, char pointer element. Yeah, like, can I just actually just give it the address or something? All right, let's just Google. Let's make sure my understanding of pointers are correct. C, how to pass pointer to array. So simple. Arrays to be passed as parameters to functions. So what happens? Yeah. So I just want to pointer to the first element of that array, and oh yeah. Cause okay. So yeah. Yeah, the first element. I was just passing the array, but no, it's a I have to also use the first element. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because arrays, I keep forgetting arrays are not first class features in C. So you have to actually specify, treat it like this. Perfect. Okay, let me catch up in chat real quick. My bad, guys. 1 second. You can cat Google too? Nah, probably not, Dasa. I appreciate it though. Who's that guy on YouTube who shows retro computers like Macs and there's a few guys like that, Renee. There's like the 8-bit guy, there's LDR, there's one specific guy I've been watching recently. I don't know his name. I remember he put like a Windows 95 on a Mac. Yo, awesome setup, bro. Thank you, Nicodem. Oh yeah, dude, all the chicks are drooling over coders. Performative. What did someone say? Performative. Yeah, man. All the ladies love my Vim motions, man. They can't get enough. Are they like usually from 1985? Like these two are for sure from 1985. This I think is from 1980 something. I don't remember though. Terminal style computing, you should check out. Oh, Temple OS from the Terry the Terrible. Oh yeah, it's crazy what he did, man. It's crazy. Holy C, his own compiler, his own operating system on top of that. It's crazy, dude. And the low level stuff is insane. How you actually like inspects the decompiled stuff to see what instruction sets they're using and if it's being compiled or decompiled from sys to RISC or something like that. Like he was doing a thing where he's trying to like optimize to use sys instructions and it was getting just broken down into smaller RISC instructions. How old are these? Yeah, I got you. What's all this coding for? Is it a game? No, it's a task manager. It's a project management software, so I can manage the development of my game better. Because I don't have enough. On top of making a game, I also have a game engine I'm working on that's not related to that game at all. It's just a separate game that I'm making a game engine for, in tandem. And then on top of that, I have the website that I'm cooking up right now. As well as this new task management software, because I just don't want to. This area we're in together is like my comfy, cozy area. This is like where I relax. I get to be creative, and it's kind of the incentives that drive this are like the furthest thing kind of from, the corporate landscape. So, yeah, so I don't want to use Jira or ClickUp or any other tools that's normally I've used for work or am currently using for work. So I said, screw it. We're just going to make a basic terminal-based task management system, and that'll be good enough for us. What if people steal this code? And people can't, code is a liability. I think the more you learn at programming, Nightmare, the more you start realizing that code is a liability. Someone getting snippets or multiple snippets of my code base is just going to be much more of a challenge for them to make anything anything productive with it without the whole architecture. So that's like one thing. Showing off the code in streams is not that big of a deal. The amount of work to take that snippet of code and make it actually functional is like a lot. But the second thing is that everything I'm making here is nothing novel or new or complex. There's plenty of there's plenty of software that's done the same kind of thing, and there's plenty of open source software even that has this code exposed. And it's not like I'm necessarily hiding gold or anything. I think if I obscure anything, it's just for the sake of security, but this is a very low security consideration program I'm making here. And likewise with the game, maybe the save data structure, I'll keep that a little bit typed up, but even then, the stuff from my game, my core dev kit is there's nothing crazy. Erase the pointer points to the first. Yep, that's exactly it. Oh yeah, to know what you're gonna index into. Well, the idea is I'm gonna move this element count up into here to be in a global space so that you don't even need to pass it explicitly every single time. Because the buffer is like a static thing that's gonna be consistent across the entire application state. So both the buffer itself and the size of the buffer should theoretically be constant. So like I'd likely want to do this, or honestly even change this to be like so, and then buffer size, something here. I don't think I utilize, oh, right here. There we go. ARM on desktop may happen sooner than we think. ARM is super cool, dude. It's super cool what, like I'm not necessarily a Mac guy, but it's kind of crazy what they've done with the M1 chips and how the bang for your buck you get with it, and then how much less energy it takes. So it's probably going to be like ARM takes over at some point. I mean, x86 instructions are pretty cool, like the AVX stuff. It's pretty insane what you can do with it, but you know, unless you have your tools that automatically apply those specific instruction set optimizations, I don't know how many people actually use it regularly or even aware of its existence. Like, how many programmers actually know about AVX? Yo, help me out with coding stuff. I'm so bad at this. Just start Googling, man. That's how we all started. Just have a goal of what you want to make. If you want to make a game, if you want to make an application or a text-based adventure in a terminal, just set a goal and then start Googling from there. For you, it likely, if you're making a game, you probably want to search up game engines and find a game engine that seems interesting to you. Basic ones are like Unity, Unreal, GameMaker, Godot nowadays. If you want to just do something else that's like much more just tied to, depending on what you're doing, you might have to do something else. You can go, if you want to do web deving and make a website and make things interactive, you can do that. Though, I think I have opinions about your first programming language, and I usually like to recommend using a statically typed language. But I think no matter what, though, it's still beneficial to have time in the saddle programming stuff. But yeah, please, I would consider using a statically typed language. Gotta love the homely vibe of the stream. Thank you, Blue Slimit. I appreciate it. Also, what's up, Faizan Khan? Nice keyboard. Thank you, DRG Studios. And what's up, Janaki? Can you tell me how to improve my C++ programming language? Like your proficiency at it? Or like your project in C++? I'd be the worst person to ask to, because I'm not... Even though I have my gaming project written in C++, I don't program C++ like normal people. I use very specific constraints in how I do it, and honestly, I'm not that knowledgeable or have that experience with working in C++ to really, you know, aside from like the very general, like overarching stuff about like OOP and when to not use OOP, and you know, some of the things that exist for prioritizing things like cache coherency. But that's a different thing. That's just a general kind of low-level thing. I don't know. There's so many metrics for making something like X good. Like it can be like, do you want to like readability or ease of understanding? Are we talking about performance or managing complexity? Or if you're working in a team, like, oh, how do we improve the communication boundary line so we can minimize the amount of communication people have to do? It's a whole thing, man. It's a whole thing. with ARM, the only thing that I really worry about is complex computing, particularly AI inferencing that really benefits from AVX 512. Video encoding as well also benefits from these extensions. You see, Cornelius, it's such a simple solution. We have x86 computers on the cloud. And whenever your computer wants to do something like that, even if you could do it locally, we just say, nah, you need to make a query to that server. You need to pay $2 a month or watch an ad to decode your videos. I mean, that's basically what's happening already with Twitch, or decoding stuff, but that's again on a server. But yeah, if doing a local project, nope. Oh, you have a video editor and you want to like render stuff or do stuff? Nope. On the cloud, baby. You don't get to own your machine. What does it mean to be a programmer? And do you feel like there's a lot of programming LARPers out there pretending because it's cool to be seen as a master programmer? And have you ever worked with Unreal Editor for Fortnite in the Verse language? Nah, I don't use Unreal. It's not my language. It's not my engine, and there's particular technical requirements why I haven't ever really used Unreal. And then there's more like, there's just general reasons for why I don't use Unreal. As far as like LARPing, I don't really know. I think if there's issue with LARPing and programming, I don't think it's a programming specific issue. I think it's just a wider range issue where there's inherent benefits to kind of present yourself as an expert online, and then build up a certain, ethos? That's a rhetorical term. And there's also like ego things where people like to do that. But as far as like what I see, I really don't see that. I mean, keep in mind, maybe the content I consume is more curated, but at least in my opinion, I don't really see that much. But yeah. Aside from that, though, like I don't know. I feel like, here's the thing. I feel like I don't feel like it's like that was genuinely how it was. Back in the early days of computing, being a programmer was seen as like this weird niche thing that even back in the day didn't always pay very well. In fact, it could be paid very less. So like it had this social stigma, and it didn't really have that monetary incentive. So the people who did it just did it for the love of it. They just enjoyed it. That's just their thing. And as it started getting like more and more popular, and then started like, growing both in like the social consciousness and all that stuff, I feel like there's this new kind of like weird prestige or image got attached to it during the Silicon Valley era that I guess we're still technically in, but we're definitely in a different phase. But now with this whole AI stuff, it feels like there's been like this crash with that perception where like now coding doesn't seem like this totally super secure job, or still like high paying, but doesn't have that same luster it did before. And it feels like there's gonna be a bit more people a lot of people who are in it for like very superficial reasons are probably gonna dip out, and the people who remain are gonna be people who are super enjoy it. So I don't know why I started going this diatribe. I don't know why I started going down this rabbit hole, but I don't know. I feel like, I guess it ties to that whole LARPing question and whatnot. I don't know. I like coding. I think it's fun and cool, and there's a reason I'm doing it here. As for Unreal, I don't like it. I don't like using it particularly because for the type of games I make, they can be very lean, and I really don't want to have builds that are just bloated for no reason. It's specifically important for compiling for WebGL because where I used to publish to, like Newgrounds, has certain size limitations. So Unreal doesn't have WebGL compilation support anymore, and you can still make it do it, but if you do, you're going to have builds that are very big and could easily surpass certain limits for certain websites, which sucks. So there's that. There's also the fact that with Unreal, they have their own defined architecture. So when you go into Unreal, you can't just do things the way you want to. You have to kind of work within the constraints of what they define for you to work within. You can do a lot of things still, but like you can't architect your own solution for like application flow or stuff like that. Whereas with like Unity or Godot, they're a bit more leaner. They're much more leaner. The builds are going to be smaller, and you have a bit more freedom to architect your code and your application the way you want to do it. Now, the reason I use Unity versus Godot is just because I like the way you work with shaders and some of the architectural decisions behind that engine. But yeah, but that's not to knock Unreal. Unreal is definitely a very powerful, and you can make some very great things with it. It's just for my type of games and the things I work on, I like having a lot more control and making things as lean as I can, or at least pretty lean, reasonably lean. What are your thoughts on Risk 5 ISA? I have no thoughts, honestly. I don't know much about it, Reaper. Do not know much about it. I wish I did. I simply do not. So I cannot comment on it, but if you'd like to enlighten me on some of your thoughts on it, I'd appreciate it. It'll be cool to learn of that. The only thing I remember from Risk 5 was that there's this whole Linus had his whole like beat down of someone, not beat down, but he was just like knocking this guy who was trying to propose adding big Indian support for a branch, and he was like, oh god, are people still doing big Indian in 2025? It was a whole thing, but yeah, that's the only thing related to Risk 5 that I'm aware of. HTML, CSS, and JavaScript good for beginners to learn. Oh my goodness, you're Tesseract. You're activating some neurons in my brain. I'm not at you. I'm not mad at you. It's just that just kind of like a lot of things. So like, I guess the question here is, what do you want to do? If you just want to do web deving, sure, you can start there. You can do a lot of cool stuff with HTML, CSS, JavaScript. But yeah, I have a whole thing where I think, especially for learning the foundations of like programming, it's good to use like a simple statically typed language where you have to actually define like your types and things like that. I think it's going to help enforce and build some structures in your brain about concepts in code that are kind of universal. If you still want to do like web dev stuff though, like the other thing I might recommend is trying some maybe try some TypeScript and learn how to use like npm or bun or something to transpile it to JavaScript. But yeah, I really, to your question, I don't know. That's all I can say. I do not know. That's the only thing I can say in good faith, because I'd really want to know more about what you're trying to do, what your goals are. Honestly, it's up to me. I'd like, my first language is C++, but even just C, I think it's a great language just to learn some basic stuff and do some basic projects in there, and then if you want to move on, you can move on from there. But I think there's some value in it. Spaghetti-o. Oh yeah, because we I'm trying to type Vim index because I was doing some HTML stuff this week. Yeah, buffer, because now we have this S buffer. It's a global variable now. No. What happened? What happened there? Oh, brother, what happened there? What's happening there, dude? Oh, dude. Oh, brother. What's going on here? Clearly something's gone wrong. So I tried moving this to be in static memory, and oh, is this like an? Do I have to actually? Because it's a pointer. Yeah, it's a pointer, right? So do I have to like dereference it? Like, is that how you do it? I almost feel inclined to give it past the address instead. We're gonna learn today. Yeah. Okay. We have to do this. Yeah, we're gonna learn today. The C# things I've taken for granted, or C++ things, we're gonna learn today. We're gonna get good. Okay. Warning: format expects a argument type of chart pointer, but has type int. Ooh. Yeah, it's probably not good. Today's a skill issue day. Okay. If I compile this though, I don't get any errors, warnings. So are the warnings leading me astray? Or we're gonna have to go Google this. Yeah, no, that's not good. Okay. So that's clearly not it. Okay, this is weird though, because when we do compile and run it, it's like kind of mostly there, but also not. Because we do see the characters we were expecting to see here, right? But then things just start falling apart midway through. Things just go bad. Like, this is not a happy time. This is a bad time. So what is going on? What is moving this logic into this build buffer function do that changes things? What is the wrong that happens here? Oh, is it because we're allocating this in the... Oh. Is it because we allocate this buffer during the call stack? Oh. It's within the scope of this function. It executes it. It sets the pointer there. Then we close. But then once we get out of there, that data gets erased, but we still have a pointer to that. So maybe some of that stuff is still intact while things got, overwritten, because once we cleared that, it might have been like initialized something else. Oh, which means we have to so this, if we're gonna do a pointer, we'd have to malloc this. We can't just keep this within static. Yeah, this is not gonna be on the stack. That's what's going on here. Oh, brother, we're gonna have to malloc, boys. Oh no, boys, we're gonna have to malloc today. We're gonna do some mallocing. Did I even remember how to do this? Yeah, we're at the malloc. Yeah, because I realized this is heap. This is stack memory, not heap memory. So I'm like, oh, because I had a bug like this a while ago too in my engine project, where I tried doing the whole static new function for constructing stuff, but I also allocated on the stack instead of the heap. And I was like, why is the data wrong? Why is it being incorrect? And why is it initialized? And I was like, oh, it's stack allocated. Oh. Yeah, so if I want to keep this stack allocated, I probably have to keep it within the outer function of main and then have all these parameters just take this input there. Otherwise, we gotta malloc this bad boy, which is not a big deal. If I remember how to malloc. It's malloc. What are we mallocing? What is even the function parameter for this? It's I remember you do size of... Well, it would be size of char times s buffer size. If I remember correctly. Because malloc, it just gives you a block of memory, right? There's no type specification. There's no type. Typing is not a thing. And then we're gonna have to free it afterwards. We have to have this build. buffer cleanup. So we could do the Rust thing of like being like, hey, we're not gonna, unless we do some kind of reference counting thing, we could just do the thing where like we just have this statically allocated and then flow it into the inner main functions of the application. That's how I did in the engine project, where everything's like static allocated and then it just flows in as inputs to like the update functions and whatnot. But maybe today we keep things simple. Maybe we just do the malloc. This is okay. Let's actually Google. Let's just Google. We're gonna Google, guys. We're gonna do some Googling today. See malloc char array. We're gonna learn. Oh, it's a pointer. It returns a char pointer or W char pointer. What's a W char? Better for maintenance, perhaps. If you were switching from char to W, you'd switch to. Okay, so that's what we do. Yeah, because I was gonna say it doesn't have type information, right? So like, I was like, how do we deal? Well, no, it's just. Yeah. Okay, so hopefully that one simple trick just works. Oh, we should probably free it too, shouldn't we? That'd be good to have. Is it just free? Maybe it's not. C free char array or char pointer. Do you have to supply any like size information to this? No, you just do that, I think. All right, let me just catch up in chat real quick. 1 second, guys. Sorry about that. I got a little wrapped up. Okay, define char pointer and delete the. Okay. It will auto cast in GCC. Oh, that's good to know, Kate. Read comments. I'm sorry, Ariel. I'm sorry, man. I'm just. We're gonna work through this. I'm gonna figure it out organically, or not. +1 for your new line character. Yeah, that's a good point. That is no. I think. Am I doing that already? I think we allocate for that. Yeah, it's all. We never go exceed buffer size, so we're good there. Yeah, just free address. Beautiful. What's up, Max Heaving? I'm back. You are back. Must be so sad and boring and lifeless. That's one way of putting it, Drew. And just the pointer is just free. What's going on, Jonathan? Good to see you again. Alrighty. Let's see if this compiles. Let's see this. Oh, we have to actually call the function too, don't we? Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do, brother. Ooh. We have warnings. What are the warnings here? No, include stdlib.h or provide a declaration of free. Yeah, because like the free didn't like. Yes, okay, we have to do that, I guess. Would this still run though? Hey, it did work. So what was that warning there for? We'll just do the thing. We'll do the thing. stdlib.h. Okay. stdlib.h. Nope. Hey, all the warnings went away. I wonder why task it still works despite not having that. Like, it was just a warning. Oh well. No problem. Say hi. The cast may not work in other compilers, by the way. Ah, okay. Why do I always find your stream when I'm high as hell? Better question. Why are you always high as hell when I'm streaming, dog? Yeah, you didn't think about that. Synchronicity. Yes, nice. The library and the free function. Okay, sweet. Said hi. What's going up? I can't even pronounce your name, brother. Gyosadin. That's the best I can do, man. It feels like a fever dream. Yeah, there's a lot. None of the regulars are here. I think maybe because I'm doing a C stream instead of normal Unity C# game deving. But hey, I wanted to go back to basics today. I wanted to roll my sleeves up and do a little bit of do some work here. Do some actual C deving right now. And just see how it feels to not be tied to a fancy IDE or a fancy language making all these decisions about memory for me. Nah, brother. Today we're managing it all. We're managing it all. We're going to learn to appreciate things like reference counting and whatnot. Okay, so we have this here. Cool. Now I want to be able to, let's implement this write to buffer thing. And we also need to have some other static stuff like s height, s width, and what we're going to do here is just get rid of all the usages of height and replace it with s height. And we're also going to do what are we going to do? Width, and replace it with s underscore width. Ooh, my bad. Yeah, there we go. And we're going to do g. Beautiful. And hopefully that just works. We just assign it, use it, cool. And then what is a gamer to do? What we're gonna do is implement this draw thing. So we actually have to have another thing, another parameter. Also, I'm thinking about making a struct for coordinates, just for simplicity's sake. The one thing that's gonna be weird is that C doesn't have operator overloading. So we're gonna have to figure out how to do functions with we're gonna figure out how to try to make math easy-ish with this. But hopefully we're not gonna be using this query to do fun, cool math-oriented stuff. We're just gonna be, we'll save that for like the fragment shader-oriented, the fragment shader, quote-unquote, functions. And we don't need, actually we don't need it, this just needs to change because this is in global memory, so text. So given a coordinate, and maybe even some column size, like if you want to have the text wrap around, like, let's just start basic. So you're given a text, you're gonna position this somewhere in the buffer, and we're gonna just draw it there. So Cool. How are we gonna do this? So buffer. So we have to first get our coordinate. So index is gonna be equal to, what are we gonna do? We're gonna do y times s underscore width plus x. Yeah, buddy. And then we're gonna start incrementing from there to place everything. It'll be kind of cool to just do a mem swap, but the thing is, we have to, if it overflows, we have to decide what we're gonna do. We have to make sure we don't iterate on there. We can either just cut it off, or we can have it wrap around the edge of the application, and that would be a fun thing. But we have our starting index. I guess we can make sure that the starting index is also not, like, have some kind of assert thing where we throw if, like, you're trying to query outside of that, but... Or I guess we can just implicitly wrap it around. That sounds like terrible. That sounds how we... I feel like that's how you get some weird code behavior. I don't know. We'll just let it throw when bad things happen. And we're gonna iterate through... Oh yeah, we need to have length of the character text as well. Yeah, that's required. So our text and then length. Cool, and then from there we can kind of start iterating through stuff. Okay. And I equals 0, I less than length I plus plus. Also, let me catch up in chat real quick. 1 second. What's going on, Kate? Taking a dev class, right? I miss OS dev. It was the most fun and frustrating thing I've ever done. Maybe I should got a cross compiler IP again and do fun little x86 OS. I absolutely hate C, but love learning about different scheduling systems and kernel APIs and syscalls. Oh my goodness. For your OS class, they had you go that deep? Dude, our OS class is super weak sauce, man. We just learned that, hey, there's a thing called a round robin. There's a thing called a semaphore. Your OS is needed. But we never had to really... I think the most we did is, like, we used C minus minus. C minus minus. Or is it with C minus? I can't remember which one of those two things to implement a semaphore. And that's where it just kind of ended. STD out, hello world. What's up, Alex? Yeah, using a struct is best practice. Makes sense. Then I'm gonna probably do that then. Saves passing a lot of parameters. Yeah, it really does. Like even this parameter here, I might just change this to be like, you know, a text object or something. I don't know. Because I feel like having calls to draw to this buffer are gonna be frequent. Yeah, that's not a big deal. But yeah, like this for sure, I think I want to make a coordinate so we can do some basic maths and stuff with that. Jonathan, a brief description for what I'm doing. Sure thing, Jonathan. I got it right here just for you. Where is it? No, not that. Here we go. So normally, guys, I'm normally a C# Unity game developer. Or sometimes a C++ engine developer for my other game. But normally I'm in this world here, just doing this sort of thing. But this project is significantly complex to the point where it warrants using a project management, task management tool just to manage a board. And I don't want to use Jira nor ClickUp because that's what I use for my day jobs or my day job. And I use ClickUp in my previous jobs and stuff like that. So I was like, all right, let's have some fun. I want a task management software that looks like this, where I can just use Vim motions to manipulate and update my tasks, and it's all local and not on some server somewhere. So I decided to take another detour from game deving to instead write this project management software in C, just because why not? That sounds fun. And the elevator pitch, I guess, is a terminal-based task management app that uses Vim motions and stores data locally. So there you go, Jonathan. Hopefully that provides the context you desired. Type, which is a 64 unsigned bits. Oh, that's cool to know. Yeah, I realized that with C++, with the engine project, there's a bunch of different, cause like int, like in C#, there's a fixed size for integer. Like integer is 32 bits, and then a long is 64 bits, and so on and so forth. And a short is 16, and you get the idea, right? But I quickly learned that, like, no, ints can have variable sizes within different systems, and apparently different operating systems and compilers. So it's like, they're like, I realized, oh, they have these like U size or something like that. It's like U size, and then the bits you want to have 32 or whatever that they provided for that. But I was aware of that just for C++. I didn't know this provided that as well, or something like that. That's cool to know. I'm gonna follow you. Bro, you doing game dev right now? Nah, just the project management software. I use code blocks for this. I need to learn Vim. Vim is so cool, dude. It's like the most hacker man feeling thing I've ever done in my life is just learning Vim and just using it. It feels fantastic. Hey, welcome back, TSD. It's good to have you here, man. Kate, Jira's so mid, I have to use it right now. Yeah, right? Like, and it's like I use it for my day job. So to come back home to this space that's meant to be this creative outlet and for fun and just this nice area to just get away from that and just do something different, having to use Jira or ClickUp or even like other stuff like Hack and Plan, like I don't, or even Brisky. Brisky's like the best one I saw that is the closest to doing this kind of thing, but even then it's like, it still has that kind of corporate-y taste to it. So I'm like, all right, no. We're gonna be bespoke. Rise up against Jira. Yeah, let's rage against Jira, Bryce. Many civilians here. No civil protection too. Whatever. At least we were under the rule of Cozy. Yep. The iron hand of Cozy. Yeah, I'm on Linux right now. For example, long in Windows is 32 and in Linux is 64. Yeah, that's a whole pain, dude. That's probably why they specified those specific explicit data type size, just so you can have some kind of consistency about these. Dude, it makes me. I mean, it's not that big of an issue, but it's just annoying. Those variable sizes are usually still static, but they're platform specific. So U size on a 64-bit system will be a 64 bits in length. Yeah, I know. Like the bigger stuff, they're consistent, more consistent on those lines. But yeah, I mean, it's not that big of an issue. At least it hasn't been that big of an issue for me. But I was like, oh, they have those things, and I didn't know C had their own thing of that as well. Did I misspell this? Yeah, I did. That could have been a problem. How do I get this? I just have to do that. Okay, so we have our index. We're going to iterate across this length. And then we have to have our exit condition first, where if... Well, first of all, we have to get our target index, because we have our current index, but we have to have our target index. Is going to be equal to I plus index, and then if target is greater than, I mean, it's not greater than width, but like symbolically here we're navigating in the coordinate space of the ASCII. So I guess we can use is greater than width minus 1, because I believe the last character is a new line character. Then we have to increment our index, which is gonna be weird because we have like one. We're not using a 2D array, so we have to like. It's not as intuitive as we'd think. It would just be essentially this. I want to keep this because this is our starting point. But we have to have our current target. Or I guess it's fine if you want to modify this. That's not a big deal. So we set this to this, but we do y plus 1. We probably can totally get a... This is still going to cause... We have to catch this overflow issue, though. So the scenario where it overflows over both... We just kind of give up at that point. It's like, hey, buddy, you're trying to... Also, we're actually not catching the overflow side of things, too. Like, if this is negative, we should reject that. Okay, let's code defensively. Let's just do... In fact, let's make a function that's just meant for enforcing is valid chord. You know what? I think we should just make the struct for representing coordinates. Why not? Let's just do that. We're gonna make a int2 class. Int. Oh, how do you do this again? Struct. Is it just a normal syntax where you do struct and then let's make it capitalized to be a proper, and then we have to do type def, I think. It's something like that, right? Is that how you do that? Let's Google. SJ. Okay. Okay, so yeah, normal syntax. I think the type def is only useful if you have for like LSPs and stuff like that. No, I think it's actually needed by the compiler at some point. Here we go, type def. Type def struct, and then you can just type the name of it afterwards. Okay, I was wrong. I guess I was just wrong. And then you just provide the name down there. Let me catch up in chat real quick, guys. Too much for me. Lots of computer programming languages, more computers and devices, NASA level tech, and other. I don't call this NASA level, but I'm not. Type def struct. Thank you, Ariel. I'm sorry I didn't read your chat. Is it C language? Fun for hack? What's going on? Yeah, we're using C. We're just using basic C. Sphere T monitors, yes, sir. based. In Vim nonetheless. I mean, Vim is fantastic, dude. And we don't need to use this anymore because we define it down here. This is such a weird syntax for me. And then we have to do, it's probably, because we don't have function overloading, so we have to do stuff like, for example, we have to do things like add. X and Y. You know, this would be a cool place to actually try doing the intrinsics AVX stuff. But I think if I want to utilize that, you'd have to, like, the multiple lanes, you'd have to do, like, not just a single struct, but you have to do, like, a struct, like an int 2x8x8 or something like that to process multiple instructions at once. I don't know. So it might be a cool, fun case to just try using some intrinsics. And then this should be valid, I think. Oh, first of all, yes, sir. A dot x plus b dot x. You know what? We use x and y so much. I know we have this public name thing, but there's no concept of public to instructs. What am I talking about in C? There's no public private. I can name them whatever I want to, and who cares? Dobby is free. I can do what I want. I can be free to do all the fun, dangerous things I want to do. Okay, and that should do stuff. Is it just gonna implicitly know the ordering? Or do I have to actually do like this and then... We're gonna find out today. It might be cool to do things like dot product and cross product. Oh no, that's not gonna be applicable really because it's an integer. These are just for... Oh. We face our first issue here. Because I do want to do... It might be better to illustrate this with, I did a little project just to learn Odin. Just to try out Odin for a second, and I was like, alright, it's not for me. But it's like a very basic implementation of this like fragment structure I want to do with this project. Where like, I can run this, okay, sorry for those who don't like flashing stuff. But if I go here, did I just make the file? I did. I'll deal with that later. If I go into main.odin, I have this whole structure for like computing things on a per ASCII character level. That can theoretically be parallelized, even though we're not doing that because of the CPU, but maybe you can find a way to do that with the AVX. Anyways, but to do some of this stuff requires dealing with floating point values. Because even though it's going to be ultimately collapsed to, like, for example, that sinusoidal wave you saw there, even though it's going to collapse to either 0 or 1, there's still some math that has to happen beforehand to determine that. And if these terms were integers and not floats before that, we wouldn't be able to do that computation. So now, with that in mind, I almost feel inclined to not use an integer x and y, but instead use a float x and y in the event that we want to do this kind of computation. Or maybe we just don't worry about that, because when we do this like fragment computation, like we can just use those terms then, and that's just internal to the function itself. But outside of there, we just deal with integers because that's just the inputs and outputs we're expected. You know what? Maybe that's fine, actually. Maybe this is just fine. Yeah, I think I'm overthinking it. We just need to have some simple add and then Maybe a simple create or something. Yeah. Maybe I'm overthinking it. And then we're gonna just do Unity builds, because life is great when you do a Unity build. That's how I structure my main project, the engine project. Which is why I feel very about giving advice, because I'm like, the way I structure things is very weird. Because my engine project is designed to be like all stack allocated, or at least mostly stack allocated aside from like textures, because third-party libraries have to actually deal with a heap allocated thing. But and then I also don't want to deal with CMake or any of that stuff, or at least very minimally. So I just have everything as one huge compilation unit, which is pretty fun because I don't have to use header files, but it also adds constraints on how you architect things. So it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. But anyways, we have our int2 structure, hopefully. And we can do our validation from there. Let me catch up in chat real quick. 1 second, guys. On the money again. What's Ariel saying? Nice. What'd you saying, Ariel? Into inside and return that. Ancient wizardry, wizard magic? Nah, we're just doing some simple stuff. What a cool setup! Thank you. I don't even know. I can't even pronounce that. I think there's like, I think one letter there is katakana. I don't know where the first character is though. Might be kanji or something. Did you work for Lockheed in the 90s? Nah. I did visit their. I did hang out at their. Not hang out. I went there for school at some point for like a coding thing. It was crazy though, because like Lockheed had this. They used Unity to like, at least for they didn't make me sign anything. I was a little school kid, whatever. For their like helicopters, I think it was like an Apache or something. They used Unity to create this manual that you can interact with for people. The thing that stood out for me though is that they just have the basic blue default background for it. And even in high school, that kind of bothered me. I was like, you're this big organization, this is the thing you're showing off, and you just have the default background from Unity. Like, brother, come on, man. This is Lockheed. Someone couldn't spend 5 seconds to just choose a different color. Like, anyways. Dude, I kind of thought everyone owned a box TV like that because I grew up playing games on one, but no one else my age ever did. Yeah, same here, actually, Legend of Olivia. I actually grew up with box TVs like this. And I realize now, for the time frame when I used it, that wasn't the norm. Most people are using like LCD screens and stuff like that. So I was like, oh, I guess we're just like that, I guess. So cool though. My box TV was so cool because it had an FM radio built into it, so I'd like turn it on and I'd listen to music, some R&B music, and that'd be my jam. I'd just jam out to that, and then I'd switch it to my PlayStation 2 so I could play some games on it. Oh man, why'd you use a F64 in your Odin script? Will it work differently from a U64? That's two different things. F64 is a floating point value that occupies 64 bits. A U64 is an unsigned integer of 64 bits. The F64 can represent decimal values of varying types, 0.5, 0.8, 38, 0.3, whatever, right? It could do that. A U64 can only represent integers, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's no concept of 0.5 or 0.3. So for the Odin stuff, because I'm doing a lot of sinusoidal functions that require, values between 0 and 1, like sine or cosine, you got to use like either F32 or F64. For my purposes, I actually needed an F64. Not gonna lie, I love your voice. Thank you, Legend of Olivia. That's the intention here. Like, this is the goal here, is that this is a nice, relaxing atmosphere. Hopefully you enjoy my voice. I know maybe not everyone likes it, but hey, you enjoyed it. And hopefully you can relax. And the byproduct is that you get to see some code happen in the background as well while we're doing this. So that's the goal, at least. What are you building? What are you buying? I'm making a project management application because I don't want to use any of the ones that's currently popular in corporate America. I know, but you're working with heights, widths, floats aren't necessary. You can work with normal Shadow Man, to do some of the sinusoidal functions per ASCII to determine whether or not it's going to be, whether it's going to be like 0 or 1, you have to use that because you have to represent a floating point value at some level for some of the computations to go before end. At least in the Odin function, we're going to see how I design it, but I think if we do the fragment structure where we call that function per pixel, yeah, we're still going to need to have it, but that's going to be, I think, internal to the actual function, so I'm not going to be too concerned about it. Isn't that time consuming? Cut on. So first of all, I actually enjoy programming, and AI coding does not, it sucks the fun part of programming out for me. So that's one thing. The second thing, I actually want to learn more about C, and if you code and actually architect and design things on your own, or if you get stuck and you have to Google, I find that you learn much more by doing that than consulting AI usually. Because there's all these different side quests you kind of go to, and you start having a much more nuanced and peripheral knowledge about the problem domain you're looking into. So that's like the second thing. And yeah, man, I think there's a lot of peripheral knowledge that's lost by just over relying on AI for this kind of thing. And then the last thing is that this is fun. I like the fact that everything I'm doing for recreation, for fun, is written by me. And, you know, I enjoy that. I like that. There's something about it that gives me some pride and a better sense of accomplishment. So, yeah. I think I talked about it too with like the game engine project. Like, there's an example where in investigating how to implement a fixed update, an AI would give you like just a direct implementation in C code that may or may not do it, but because it oftentimes does not always do it. But by going down this rabbit hole of searching and reading documentation online and stuff, I started understanding, hey, there's a lot more to scheduling jobs and your CPU, and the implementation of sleep and high precision clocks are very different. And all of a sudden, there's all this peripheral knowledge about operating systems and scheduling and things that now I have in my back pocket. And if I encounter an issue, which I probably will encounter some issues with it, there's some baseline knowledge about how these things work that can inform intuition, which you would lose out on by just using that, by just using AI at the very least. But yeah, Shark Zoo. Hey, let's go. But yeah, I want to get good, man. That's the pursuit of this. Hell yeah, man. That's awesome. I appreciate it, man. You sound fairly young. I'm pretty young, yeah. I'm like, I'm getting close to 30. Getting close to 30. But we're not there yet. But I have 2 white hairs in my beard, and I think it's probably from like stress from work stuff. I enjoy my job. I like my job, but like, you know, when you get to product release cycles, or you get ready to launch stuff, or when you're architecting large features, there's a lot of stress that starts mounting up, because it's like, hey, the consequences of the decisions I make have large ramifications long term, and you know, not only affects me but could affect other people, and that's a whole thing. Oh man. Yeah, we're changing the inputs to be int to target, which means that instead of doing this, we have to do target.y, target.x. I can imagine the amount of vulnerabilities that AI writing in C. Well, that's a real thing that's happened too, right? I mean, it's like both ways. Like, code written from AI can generate a lot of bad stuff, and that's been real. AI can be used to also hunt down bugs, which is also true. On the other hand, too, there's also this issue where, especially for like projects like curl, they have this big issue where there's just a lot of. They went from having like a very decent pipeline of intaking bugs reports from people and then solving them and fixing it to be like, hey, now we have this humongous list of bug reports that are all just from AI, and a lot of them are just hallucinations, and all of a sudden we can't be super fast and adaptive and reactive to bugs within the curl application, so, or the curl program. So all of a sudden, like, it became this big liability, and because they can't just ignore it, because there could be real legitimate concerns there, but now it's just this huge issue that they have to contend with, which is not fun. Does this even compile? Well, this does compile. I'm not writing this. So let's actually make sure our little Unity build thing works. In3.c. Oh, because I made it in 3. Yeah, I'm so used to working with 3 dimensions that I forgot that we're actually working in a very simple place. Although we could make this a 3D rendering pipeline instead of a 2D one. We could do that, guys. We could just like have this project managing. Imagine this, but then we have like a 3D ASCII background. Like a lava lamp thing or something. Then we can make, and then we're not going to only need an in3, we're going to need a float 3, and then we're going to need like a float 4, because you know what we're going to need? We're going to need a float 4x4 matrix to do projections. So if we're going to do a float 4x4 matrix, we have to have a float 4 so we can have a 1 value for the W component for our float 3 positions. And it's oh, brother. You just add one more dimension, and then all of a sudden things go to crap. All of a sudden the complexity just. Oh man! Not to mention if you want to do orientation, like, oh my goodness, you have to. I mean, you could just use a matrix rotation matrix, but if you want to be cool, we can make a quaternion. We can implement a quaternion struct and then have a bunch of logic for that. Oh no, we're not going to do that. We're not going to feature creep this project management software. Okay, this should compile though. And it doesn't. So what's going on here? What is the problem here? Function expected token. Okay, there's something dumb going on here. Is it because request to remember why on something not a structure? Did I not make it a structure? I feel like I specifically requested it into. Okay, we're gonna co-op this to be. What am I looking for? Task. Yeah, we're gonna open up our. So we have our type def. These are the parameters. Int2. And then, so int2 should exist at this point because we included it over here explicitly. And it's a capital I int2. And target should be, like we should, and it's a stack allocated thing, right? Because we're passing by copy, so I should be able to just do .y onto this. I don't have to dereference it. It's not in a heap. So if that's the case, Why am I the bad guy? Right to buffer. Target.y. .int. Do I need to also include this as a compilation unit? Do I have to actually do like... Oh, is it not doing the thing that normally happens where if you make like a glob build, it'll just... Do I have to actually do int3 or int2.c? Well, that gets rid of these errors here, which that's gonna be like fun. Int2.c not a directory included from main.c. So that's a different error. And we're still getting this bracket token thing, so I guess there's something else syntactically wrong that I have going on here. We have this open bracket, we have a for loop with this closed bracket, we have an inner loop, or not inner loop, but inner scope, scope. Yeah, you're all there. These are parentheses, that should be expected. Is valid chord. Oh, we never implement this, do we? That's fine. I don't think it's throwing here either, so. And then all these scopes are fine. You have a partner, you have a part. I'm assuming you have a partner. Yeah, you do. In function add, oh, here. No, so you have, oh, but I have to do a semicolon, don't I? Okay, that should fix it. No. What expected expression before this? What is the expression you're expecting here, pal? In function add 12.5 error expected expression token. Oh, do I have to specify into? Oh, that might be it. Oh, whoopsie. Oh, it might be that simple. No. Okay. Expect a new expression. Do I need to actually just create an instance and then return that, so I don't have to do inline? I don't know, value, and then return value. Undeclared first use as a... Oh, do I have to declare it first and then set the value? So we're back to where we were before. Except the expression before. What expression do you expect before here? You have to do this. Okay, you might have to just look up syntax, because I'm doing things wrong apparently. C make struct. I guess I could have just... There was an example of that page, wasn't there? Oh, I have to define struct. Oh, that's the thing. I have to do struct before here. And then I can do that. Is it known struct into storage size of value isn't known? Struct my structure, and then we define a name here. That's what we do here. We do struct and then the name of it and then this, and then we assign it. Okay. My crazy. So we have another example with my struct, and then they define it here, and then they manually set the values in there. So oh, that's cool. So that should be possible. Instead of doing this, we can just manually set the value of like value dot x equals that, and then also do dot y equals this. But I'm pretty sure you should be able to, like, C has that, like, even 89 I believe has that syntax, if I'm not mistaken, where you can just make the struct in the in brackets, and then like even C, yeah. But it's still saying storage size of value isn't known for this add function. Oh, does this have to go above? Oh, I forget. No, that's dumb. Because this is first, and then that would be known down here. Yeah, no. That can't be the issue. Oh, I am confused. They have trounced me with confusion. Oh, wait a second. No, I got it. I got a semicolon there. Okay. Okay, let's go back to the other one. Because they have a type def structure or example here, I believe. Or I guess they don't. No, but they do the syntax there. So this should be like correct syntax without even having to specify this. Like, I should be able to do this. I'm not crazy. They want me to think I'm crazy, but I'm not crazy. Okay, let me see if this actually lets me. Okay, so we're really scanning the same thing, so I don't think I have to actually do that linking thing. Initializer but incomplete type. Alright, let me read the chat real quick. My bad, guys. Let me catch up in chat real quick. Do Shadow Man. Alright, Shadow Man, you said, oh, what's up, Terrell? You're here too, man? Good to see you, dude. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I get a little wrapped up. It's C, do value, int. Oh, for casting? No, you can assign each property separately. Said hi. Okay, assign the struct inside the value inside of parentheses. Okay, assign the struct inside the value inside of parentheses. What's up, flow state? Is the signature wrong since you have to use the keyword struct? Yeah, well, that's what I'm thinking. So you caught me there. Then when initialize comes, do value your compound literal. Oh, can you actually literally just do you actually have to do that casting? Wait, that seems so weird to have to actually cast it like that. All right, 1 second. Let me just do this. Can I just do this? Let's just see if we can do this. Let's just see if we can do this. Incomplete type struct. Variable value has initializer, but incomplete. Is it known? It's saying that this int value is just not known. So there's clearly something going on here. There's something going on here. Thank you, Liquid Redstone. Was it the while loop of 87? No, it's the C of 98. My brain would freeze from coding for so long, Kieran. Yeah, you get used to it, man. It's a tolerance. It's like a tolerance building thing. That won't work if I'm working. It's a type def. I have to do type def with 0. Let's find out. Nope. Yeah, because it's saying it doesn't know the size of int2, which is kind of weird. Is wrong, I believe. I believe you should be able to initialize like that too with close bracket. So after seeing how cozy your channel truly is. Thank you, man. Thank you, Liquid Redstone. That's the goal we got here going. Even if this code project dies, if it crashes and burns today on stream, at the very least, we had a cozy vibe going on here, and that's the main thing. Remove struct. It is type def. Really? Type def? No. Let's just look at let's go back online. What do the people smarter than me say? C type def struct example. Let's just go here. Let's just go to the place where we all go. Stack Overflow. Okay, he does it separately, but I think that's what the syntax of doing it here is like. Then you do type def struct and then you name it. He does it after. An anonymous struct and give it the alias ABT. For this case, there's no problem. Problem if one of the members was a pointer to this type. Okay. T node yet defined at the point it's used. All right, let's just do it the old school way. Type struct T node and then this feels weird. It feels wrong that I have to do the type def separately. That feels wrong. And it's not showing an example of how to initialize. Okay, let's just do this. Let's name this, not make it anonymous, actually name it. And we're gonna instead pass in, what happens here? Are we unhappy still? That compiles. So the anonymous type here was the issue. If I make it the same, because I don't want to have to do this, but let's just do this for now. That compiles as well. And then if we do, instead of this initializer, we instead do our bracket initializer like we intended to from the very beginning, and we run it. That works too. Wow. Now let's just verify that this works, and let's also just do a little something here. Int2 let's make sure this is working, because I want to celebrate, but I also don't, because we don't know for a fact if this actually works yet. So let's just hold our horses. We're gonna do %d. We're gonna do the whole parenthesis notation here. %d, and then we're gonna pass what, a dot or value.x, value.y, and then let's go back to here. And we're just gonna let's try making it into value Let's actually do a couple things. Let's do some like some simple ones that are gonna be very common as well, like into 1, for example, which just returns in fact, let's see if we can even do that inline, that direct return. No, let's not get risky here. Let's just do the thing first, and then we can play around with this. And we're just gonna do 1, 1. Keep life simple. And let's just do 1 for right, or 0 actually. Zor. No. 0. This will be 0, 0, and then we can do int value equals 1. Oh, I'm already seeing this syntax being jank. 0, and then what? Print int 2. Value. Okay, let's just see how this works. I have no hope this is going to... Okay. And place a declaration of function print int... Didn't... Yeah, no, I meant print int 2 in main. Yeah, here we go. Gosh, you're so nice to me, GCC. All right, this is gonna be a moment of truth, guys. In fact, let's gamble a little bit. I mean, gamble. Will this work? And you're gonna say, yep. Sorry, guys. I'm gonna put a poll. Let's see if this is gonna work. I have very low hopes, but you know what? You guys are looking very optimistic. We have 73%, 75%. You guys are really optimistic this is just gonna work. They're very optimistic. (62%) it's battling. All right. Why am I okay? Let me catch up in chat while you guys vote. As long as the help, advice is genuine or constructive, is always appreciated in this learning community. I'm not sure what you're responding to, Terrell, but that sounds about right. But do note, try to keep it moderate, y'all. Make it do a barrel roll. It'd be sick if everything was in that scratchy green color, because that hardware is bringing back. This has a cool mode where I can make that happen. Look at that. Green mode, baby. Just skin it green. We got it. What's a flow state? It's called initialization list. Initialization list. Ooh. Is that like a part of the compiler? It's like a step in the compiler, Austin? Or is that MIN? Yeah, we have green mode though. We have green mode. All right, guys, let's figure it out. You guys are 66%. Still very optimistic. Let's find out. In fact, we're gonna hold the results right now. We're gonna end the poll and we're gonna see who wins and who didn't. So let's just compile it again. Now we're gonna run task dot out, and it works. Okay, so you guys you're right to be optimistic. It works. Look at that. We got our buffer printed out, but we also have our 1 because 0 plus 1 is 1. Let's go, baby. That's a weird thing, because what we saw online made it seem like we could just do that, but maybe because we're doing a Unity build, things are weird. But that's okay. Now we know we have to actually name our structs. We can't have it be an anonymous struct. We have to make it an explicit struct. Beautiful. Beautiful. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna initialize a git. Yeah. Do we have? Yeah, we have a git here. We'll make it public. Why not? Did I do things wrong? What do you? Oh, I have to make a name, don't I? What do you call it? Riven done, I think. The task manager. Right now it's just called task manager. I don't know what to call it. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna hold off on this until, because I don't want to just name it task manager and then rename it later. I like the Lord of the Rings attachment. I'm trying to. I need an image here. I want to have a nice. Even though this is an application made only for me, I need to market this application to myself so that I think this is the coolest thing ever, and it motivates me to keep working on it. Like, we have to have something that really gaslights me into keeping my wheels running on this. Okay, but sick. So now that we know for sure this works, let's see if we can just do. I wonder if we can just do the single line return, because that'd be really nice and clean, syntactically speaking. But I have no idea. Let's just see if this compiles first. Probably not, actually. Yeah, no, it's not going to compile. Because maybe you have to do the casting thing now to imply the size or the struct. Okay, we do have to do that. That's not a big deal. We can do that. And all of a sudden, now we have this one-liner. Beautiful. What more can a gamer ask for? Gamers. And then I'm just gonna yoink this. Okay, and then compile this bad boy again. Oh, that's an Odin. Oh, I quit the file. No, compile. No, not run it. Oh, yeah, we compiled it. And it compiled without errors. Perfect. Nice, and it still works. Beautiful, baby. So there's a couple more things I know we're just gonna need in general, just to make life a bit easier. Definitely want to have a int left, which is gonna be right, which is gonna be a 1 here and then 0 on the x component. We're gonna have our left as well, and then we have to have, of course, a companion up and down. Honestly, we could just make this like a bunch of single line. It's simple enough where it's like, hey, the readability is not that big of an issue here. It's essentially like a const almost. Oh, can I make them these just const values? Because these are known at compile time. They are fixed size. I could just make them like compile constants. I should play around with that. For now, though, let's at least cache this in the bank, and then we'll go from here. So up is going to be -1 on this component, and then down is going to be continuously down that way. Yep. I think that makes sense, so that origin is up here and then the positive values are down there. Okay, that makes sense to me. So we have these. We have our add function. That's simple enough. We have a print function to make debugging easier. Though maybe I just make this print. I wonder if this overload will be fine. Yeah, let's modify the. Honestly, I should just have a terminal for both these files because there's only 2 files right now. Task, and then vim main. Just have these open so I can just go here to compile and that's it. No, there we go. And then change this to be print, and hopefully that's just implicit and causes no issues. Yep, and it works. It works. Perfect. And then this buffer building business, I want this to be taken care of somewhere else because it feels a little shoddy to have this here. This main function is going to grow pretty quickly. So maybe we do this somewhere else. Let me catch up in chat real quick, guys. Yeah, you won. Yes, we did liquid redstone. Typed it, but you can't use a struct keyword. You actually don't think we need the type def struct in int2 on its own would be fine. Maybe it is because it's one compilation unit. I'm actually kind of curious now. Because I think it makes sense in the case of like working with headers and stuff like that, but for what we're doing, can we actually get away with having this type def? Nope. Well, let's first. I made some changes. No, that worked. So no, if we get rid of this and get rid of this, would it be fine? No. Yeah. Okay. That's just what it is. That's just how the cookie crumbles. Equal in your code. Which code? Either way. Yeah, I think I'm gonna start breaking this stuff up into smaller stuff. We don't need this example because we're not going to deal with this input stuff yet. We just want to build out the structure for just having things work. So I think what I'm going to do is go into, we're going to move here. You're going to be another window basically. And we're going to make you, oh, I don't know, a task manager. We're going to make you main. Yeah, so we're going to make our, I don't know, I guess buffer. And have all our functions for manipulating the buffer in here. Heck, it might be even worth wrapping everything in a struct and then working with that there, but that we can have like all the globals there, all these functions for querying or manipulating the buffer and managing it. It'll be there instead. Oh, I forgot. It's a different. Can I just do this? No. Yeah, there's something I have to do here. I need to figure out a way to copy and paste between different applications. Oh. There we go. So that should be everything for the buffers. We have our global, we have our isValid chord, write to buffer, free buffer, build buffer. Free should actually be after, but the idea is correct. And then we can add buffer.c into this, and these functions should be known again, and we can get rid of this. start massaging things where they need to be. Perfect. And then hopefully we live happily ever after. Yes, we do. And then we run task again. Perfect. And it still works. Cool. So that little code massage works. We free our buffer, build buffer, print it. Awesome. Now, I think we can start dealing with our application level stuff, or we can start building out how we're going to do our rendering. Oh, let's actually finish. Let's finish our implementing our buffer text drawing stuff. Yeah, like we have this function here we're gonna be playing around with. Okay, before I dive into it, let me catch up with chat, guys. 1 second, y'all. Yeah, it's a Model M, Austin. Best feeling keyboard. Yeah, it really does, dude. It really feels fantastic. Hope you get subs. Thank you, Pickle. I appreciate it, man. And we also have a Discord if you guys are interested. That's where I post updates about, like, I mean, that's where you get stream notifications and then updates and devlogs about the actual main game we're working on. Because this is not the main thing. This is just the side quest compared to the normal main project we're working on. Usually we're in this land. But yeah. Only if you're interested, though. I don't know, Eternal, are you still here in chat? Because I gotta say, it's been crazy what's been happening over there. Let me continue reading. I'm not trying to sound like a noob, but what is this project for? I got you, Pat. Let me give you the elevator pitch. So basically, what are we making? A terminal-based task management app that uses Vim motions and stores data locally. Basically, a Jira, but for people who are Vim-brained. Because I already use Jira and stuff for my day job, and I don't want to have to use that for... I don't want to have to use it for my personal creative work, so we're making our own terminal-based application for managing the tasks for this game. Because this game is getting bigger and bigger, and there's things I need to manage, so I need to have some kind of way of keeping track of it. So we're making a little task management app. Driving, but yeah, dude, Terrell, I had this crazy, like, today was kind of nuts, because like this is the first day where I looked away, like I wasn't active in the Discord at all today, but when I looked at it when I got off work, I was like, oh my goodness, it's like a community, like people are actually talking, and like like someone was trying to switch to Linux and they're helping them out, and I was like, oh, that's pretty, or someone else was like dealing with the NeoVim setups and stuff, and I was like, this is so cool. Like, there's actually people who are just helping each other with stuff. And I'm not involved. Like, it just happens independently of me. That's so freaking cool, dude. Oh man, it was like that happened. I was like, oh, this is kind of a turning point, or it feels like it at least. But yeah, that was super cool for me. Is it a game? Yeah, it's a game. Yeah, big vibes. Suhas, that's the main thing. Methinks Sue. Yep. Well, this is the task management thing. The 80s warehouse. Well, I mean, I'm not sure if it's the warehouse part is the vibe, but the 80s is definitely part of it. For personal use. Yeah, that's the beauty of it, man. It's like, hey, dude, I can just make, you can make the thing that fits your desires and wants. Like, we don't have to be powerless. We can just make the things we want to have happen or have exist. You could make the thing that fits your hand like a glove. Like, you know, if you're going to work with this project, you might as well have it be fun and enjoyable for yourself. I almost want to start architecting some things. Because we're going to have to do a whole command structure for actions to state. Like, we're going to have a persistent we're gonna have two structs. We're gonna have a struct for save data, and then a struct for or persistent data, and then we have to have a struct for the application session level data. That's gonna be a whole thing. Like the movie hackers. Well, I'm sadly not as good as those movie hackers. I can't infiltrate Burger King and get the secrets for the Krabby Patty. The secret formula. All I can do is make a moderately okay, hopefully, task management app. That's the goal we have here. Okay, target Y, S width, target X, int Y is length. We do this. There's some guards. Oh yeah, we're gonna do this thing here. Is valid chord, and we provide int. It has a support for booleans too, right? Yeah, whatever. So what are we gonna do? Is valid chord. All right, we're taking int 2 as input, and what are going to be the things that defines this as a negative thing? So if chord.x is greater than or less than 0, or chord.y is less than 0, or, all right, checking a pattern here. Chord.x is greater than s underscore width, or actually width minus 1, because the last character is the new line character, or chord.y is greater than s underscore height minus 1. So if these are the case, we return 0. Otherwise, we return 1. What am I doing? I could just return this. This is a Boolean expression. This is a Boolean expression. I could just return this directly. Oh, that was dumb. I was like, wait a second. Wait a second. I'm returning a 0 or a 1 if these conditions are met? Huh. Where have I seen that before? Oh, there you go. And I almost feel inclined to change height and width to be uppercase, since it's kind of like a global underscore. Whatever. I'm not gonna worry about it. Oh man, no! I have a computer hack. Hack the planet, guys. We're gonna hack McDonald's, and we're gonna make breakfast be 24/7 again, dude. I can remember. Do you remember when McDonald's was 24/7 here in the States? Like, I would get up like in a cold sweat at 2 a.m. just to get some McDonald's. Get a McGriddle, bacon, egg, and cheese McGriddle, and get a hash brown. And I'd wake up from my slumber, go do that, come back, and just fall asleep. And I'd wake up, and I wouldn't remember that I did that. I would just see the McDonald's wrappers in my bed. That was me during college. Good times. Good times. GitHub. You can search Trixelbit. That's my GitHub. This is making me want to build something in C again. Been building models and doing machine learning in Python for my work, but it isn't fun like this stuff. Come on, Kate. Return to the dark side. Or the light, actually. Return to the light. You can do Python. Just write the things that get wrapped by Python libraries. That's still technically Python coding. No, it's fun to do something that's low level and close to the machine again. Like, I work with IDEs that are chunky, and I have to work with so many levels of abstraction both for my day job and even for the stuff I do here. And even working on my engine is a fun project, but there's still some level of abstraction because I'm using C++ and I'm using CLion and CMake. C++ is much lower though. Like it's still very like it's very, what I'm doing is not that much different than what I'm doing here, just a little slightly different syntax and organization of code. But there's something that just feels so good about just getting rid of everything else and just, this is all you have. It's just you, a text editor, and the problem you want to architect. Nothing else. I guess the abstraction technically is the little bit of bloat. The bloat we have in our application are these two libraries. Look at this, so much bloat, guys. This is disgusting. Disgusting amount of bloat. This is terrible. Yeah, like it's just nice having nothing else between you and the and your application. I guess you want to go lower, there's always assembly, but I ain't riding Roller Coaster Tycoon. It's still over there, Kate? I envy you so much. I am so envious. It died for, like, it went away in 2020 and I haven't had it back since. It's tragic. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Ubister. When did you graduate? I graduated like 2020 or 2021. I think 2021. I'm not sure. It was a very weird graduation for me. A sausage, egg, and cheese is greater than bacon and egg. No, you take that back, Austin. A sausage, egg, and cheese is greater than a bacon and cheese McGriddle. You get that out. First of all, it's a bacon, egg, and cheese McGriddle. And come on, man. Like, one clearly gets you closer to diabetes than the other. If I'm going to McDonald's, I'm not going there to have a happy ending. I'm going there to like, I don't drink or like take anything. Like, I'm just very straight laced. So the one thing, the vice that I have is just going to McDonald's. McDonald's is basically my bender. Is the day I just go there. Maybe I go to, maybe if once in a blue moon, Olive Garden. Shaw, crazy. But yeah, like I don't even drink caffeine. I don't drink coffee or nothing. I'm very sensitive to caffeine, so. Bacon and I equal sausage. Sausage do be really good, but I don't know, man. I don't know. This is a very touchy topic for me, man. I am the divine programmer. I will test the compiler with an imperfect world. I wrote a parser in C last week for fun, but I should build something bigger or work on my OpenGL and C game engine. Hey, game engine gang. Yeah, OpenGL. Yeah. Man, I really want to do. I want to do Vulkan at some point. But the thing is, like, for the engine and for the platforms I'm targeting web as well. So it limits the things I can do, which sucks. Because it'd be cool to do Vulkan, but that would not translate to WebGL very well at all. I have to architect my engine in a way where it can be graphics API agnostic, where like I make my own kind of abstraction over graphics APIs so that the code itself works with it, but then like you swap it out. The only thing is that if we do that, I'd have to have some way of compiling to any of these targets. Heck, maybe instead of using OpenGL or GLSL directly, I should just use HLSL. And I mean, I think either languages should have like cross compilers for those other graphics APIs like Vulkan. I don't know. Cheese omelet is peak. Cheese omelet is pretty good, man. It's pretty good. I see what you're working on. I mean, you're not gonna see much right now, dude. You're not gonna see much. You're just gonna see this, like a wall of text, a text buffer, and then we saw that math works good. But you know, we can do this. We can Where's the web browser? Oh, is it just there? Yeah, here. Hey, I just compiled this. This just runs. This is the game engine, guys. This is what we're just coding. Can't you tell that this is what we just coded today? We just coded this. Yeah, simple, easy. That was literally just what we did right here. I just did a GCC and that's what we got, guys. Totally not another engine or something. Totally not that. One day we'll come back to you soon. I feel bad for this game because I keep going on little side quests, but hey, man, if you're not having fun, what's the point, right? I live in a bigger city, so that's why we still have some 24-hour. Okay, that makes sense. It's so excessive. Web browsers have gotten heavier on resources than operating systems. Yeah, they're a whole thing, dude. It's honestly like I kind of want to use Qt browser. I like using Qt browser. I use it for my other thing, but it is it breaks down rendering certain things, which sucks. You know, you can write shaders with pure Zig. That's pretty nutty, dude. That is pretty nutty, actually. What's up, Yaller? What's the Yallers? He's mine, at least. Am I? Wait, dude. This dude's our spirit animal. That's funny. Yes, we are our spirit. Checking out the Nixie tubes. I was Boris. I was somebody. No, you recommended it, Boris. Yeah, I was like looking at it and I found some pricings for it, and it's a little pricey. I mean, it's not that pricey, but like it's like, all right, I'm gonna save that. Like, I could buy it and be like, hey, this is a tax write-off. This is 100% necessary for my business, which is currently operating at like a negative, I don't know, something, a couple of grand a year or something. I don't know. I could try justifying and be like, this is for stream, but it's like, I don't even monetize my. This is for fun. This is for this is for the love of the game, man. I don't want to monetize this. But for the tech people, we'll say, hey, this is totally. I don't know. I'm probably gonna just ask my family for this for Christmas. Be like, hey, here's a link. If you love me, don't hit them with the emotion. No. If you love me, you'd get this. Nah. I don't know. We'll see. For now, I can live without it. I relate to feeling burned out on machine learning, especially with my company pushing AI for everything. Working with hardware and low-level programming as a hobby feels so refreshing. It really is. Yeah, I'm sorry you guys have to deal with that. Thankfully, like for my work, I don't have to. That's not a real big push. So that's nothing. I don't have to work with that at all. But or any AI I choose to work with at work is voluntary. It's not compulsory. But yeah. It's good to, I mean, I guess it's the computer equivalent of touching grass, right? So what were we doing? We're doing something here. We build our buffer, and then we do, I wonder if I can just do JS docs styled documentation. Right, so we made this is valid chord, and if it's not a valid chord, we can just early return, but like that sounds lame, because maybe this chord is wrong, but there's other stuff. Nah, I don't like that. If is valid chord. Int 2. Oh, what am I doing? We just pass in target, and then equals 0. We return. I wonder if C lets you like implicitly just evaluates this to like a Boolean expression. Like if it just returns an integer 0, does it early return? You know what? Let's test this out. We can just compile and test this. So if I don't know, int equals 0. So there we go. So this shouldn't print out A. That's my understanding. Compiles fine. And I don't see an A. And if I make this 1, oh, didn't mean to do that. Let's try compiling again. Compiles fine. And we go up. So we can't, it does do that. So I could just, I don't have to do this whole explicit comparison thing. I could just literally is valid chord. Oh, this is going to return true if any of these conditions are met. That's not what I want. I want to do the inverse of that. So we're going to have to make this a not instead. So cool. If it's not a valid chord, we return. And then that covers a bunch of edge cases. So in here instead, we can just iterate. We're not going to do the correction thing. We're just going to do the simple. Well, I kind of want to do the new line thing where if it overflows this way, we wrap it around. That's a very specific use case. Yeah. All right, let me catch up in chat real quick. My bad, guys. Maybe enemies. I feel like any person ending up here at 2:30 a.m. on a Friday night, I can become best friends with. Honestly, Austin, when you put it that way, it really... There's a specific class of people who would be doing code stuff on a Friday night. Or just watching people do code stuff on a Friday. Like this is a very prestigious. Yeah, let's use that word. It's a very prestigious group we have here, guys. Truly the cream of the crop, in the words of Randy Savage, Macho Man. Oh yeah, the cream of the crop. The cream always rises to the top. Oh, what's the music in the background? It's just a CD I have burned. It felt very like not Y2K, but it's like Source. Is there a thing called Source Radio on YouTube? They have a bunch of mixes that are kind of like set in like different areas of Half-Life. It's supposed to capture the vibe of it at least. If that is a type, you need to return something. Might be compiler dependent. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering, Kate. It might be a compiler dependent thing because it seems kind of jank to. But I feel like so many things in C return ints. Like C existed before bools. Like keep that in mind. Bools, like there's a reason bools are like a separate header file. I think. So they have to had some. I imagine they probably had some compiler features to just interpret an integer as a Boolean expression in if statements or things of that nature. So I have a question about programming. I understand that main.c is the start of a program. How do you use the other files, call them, and whatnot? Ooh, Steve Williams. That is especially in the context of C, it's a very weird thing. It's a very weird thing. And I'm probably the worst person to talk about it because I actually avoid a lot of the complex stuff that emerges. Because like in C, when you make source files, you oftentimes have like companion header files for those things. Where the header file, I always think about it almost like an interface where it defines like the API for how other parts of the code base should interact with it and what to expect, whereas a C file contains the implementation. So when you do with that, you have to usually pass that stuff to your compiler so that it can deal with linking and all that stuff. I don't know too much about it. I just know that's a whole thing that goes on. So they're kind of compiled as like separate units. They're like separate units of compilation. However, I do things very different. I do things very, very different because I don't use header files unless it's like a third-party header file, single header file library that I'm using. What I do is, as you see up here, I do include whatever .c and then my source files like this. What this does instead is that you can think about it as all the files, for example, this int.2.c, everything here, you can imagine this, the compiler just copy and pastes it in here. This whole thing gets replaced here. Likewise with buffer.c. So it's convenient because I don't have to like manage this whole thing about linking and then make this more complex build instruction for whatever compiler I'm using. The issue though is that now all of a sudden the order things are defined in the application matter. They're very, very important. So like a simple example, right, is that if, like this is a very simple example. Let's say I define a new int2, I don't know, a equals something, right? This compiles fine. But if I move this to be down here, this will not recognize what an int2 is anymore. In fact, let's even try it out to make sure, like maybe we'll learn something. Maybe C compiles things differently than CMake does with handling dependencies like that. But I imagine if I do this, yeah, unknown type int2, unknown type target. So ordering matters. This happens here, and it's a simple example, but if you have, for example, two source files that have things that they depend upon with each other, a circular dependence, oh, that's bad. That's not going to work. You have to break up circular dependencies. So you have to architect your project in a very particular way so that there are no circular dependencies between source files emerge. So, but if you decide to add that design constraint to your project, you don't have to work with header files, and it's very easy to build your project. Beyond that, you probably have to deal with linking. So anyways, that's like a basic idea. And this is not only here, like, let me go to my, yeah, I don't think we're going to be doing stuff in Unity today. Let me just close that. And let me open up my engine project. And while it loads, let me even check the Discord real quick. See if someone joined. Hey, what's up, Lich? Glad to have you. Hey, cozy. So, over here, if I go into like my main.cpp, you'll see that there's a particular ordering for things. Where, like, for example, actually, maybe it's not. Oh, yeah, it's here. Like, I have to define things that are very common, like macros and stuff up ahead. And then I have to define this whole ticket system. This is how I break up circular dependencies, by having like tickets that have just simple primitives that lets two things have references to each other, because essentially it's just integers that you're dealing with. But yeah, so ordering is very precise here. And it also means that the way you solve problems or architect problems are going to be very different. So you have to break up dependencies oftentimes. So it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. Missy, someone got the code. The code got censored. Oh my. Header guards in that case. I just got back. What's happening? I'm just talking about, you know, how I design projects. Thanks for the insight. Yeah, definitely Stephen Williams. And I do like that because I'm working on this by myself and I have the full understanding of my code base project, so it's easier to work with. Insight. If in diff. If in def file. I really don't know. You said that's standard practice? I never heard of that. I mean, I've heard of that like for things like managing different compilations for different platforms, but I actually don't know about it. So maybe I should check it out. That sounds cool. It might save me some headaches. Of course. Burp. Burp. A line does not tip. What does that just say? Or wild animals and don't understand economics. Yeah, that's true. Lions don't do that. The lion does not concern itself with linkers. Yeah, it definitely helps. Header guards. Okay, let's take a little detour. Because of course, that's the most on-brand thing ever. Let's look at this. All right. You said header guard. Header guards. So do you like pass in flags to the compiler to determine if what keywords get compiled? Okay, this is a definition for variable X, compiler error, duplicate definition. Okay. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. This alone. Oh, I need to try this actually. If it does what I'm thinking, like if it solves what I'm thinking it solves, because like, this is what happens commonly if you do the wrong order. Okay. Take me home. You're establishing the problem here that we encounter from different files in different places. Yeah. Header guards. If def, some unique name here. Types of definitions here. Okay. So if square H, define square H. Oh, okay. So you manually define it when you get to this place. But if it's already defined, you don't do this. Got you. So it's not like a compiler flag or something you're throwing in. It's something you manually mark in the code to indicate, hey, let's not duplicate the. Okay. Oh my goodness. That is so cool. That's actually simpler than I thought it was. So I usually thought about preprocessor definitions and macros for like C#, but that's like defined outside. And then these macros. But no, this is different. This is different than that. Oh my freaking goodness, dude. And this allows you to have your circular definitions within a single compilation unit. Oh my goodness, this is so freaking cool, dude. This is so cool. Oh, I feel. Oh, brother. Oh, brother. Warnings? Nah, we ignore those. Oh my goodness. This is super cool actually. Okay. Fantastic. Splendid even. I'm gonna have to do some refactoring. I actually might have to do some this solves a problem I was gonna wrestle with, where I wanted to make this ticket system, instead of having just indices, have actual references to the module that you interact with. But you know, I couldn't get access to that, and I didn't want to do a void pointer and cast it like that. This is so much cooler. This is so much simpler. Oh my goodness, dude. Thank you, Kate and Boris. That's fantastic. No, it's a preprocessor directive. Extensions and customized websites and things made for and stuff, compiling in neural nets and everything possible, programming help. What's going on, Melon? Pragma's even better. So what defines what's? Because this is an if-def, right? So what separates pragma? Now make those save files headers. I refuse. Oh, wait. Yeah, because like you can have the logic in the header file. So okay, question time then. Huh. So what changes if I make this C file a header file instead? Why do I just have to explain everything? 'Cause I don't know, man. It's Melon. It's what you said is very cryptic. I don't know how to help you. I don't know what you want me to do with this. Avoids name collisions. Pragma, that is. Oh, okay. Nothing. Okay, just nothing. So I could just name it dot header and dot h, and it'll just be the same. Just copy and paste it without renaming it. Without Pragma once is nice because you can just copy and paste without renaming and define. That's pretty sick. No, I never made header files. Me too, Kieran. This might be the first time we have to do. We have to do some scary things today, guys. I'm a little scared. I'm not gonna lie. This is a terrifying change in my life. Having to go from here to there. Oh my goodness, this feels scandalous. Scandalous even. So scandalous. Oh my goodness. And then we have to move stuff, right? Oh my goodness. What will the neighbors say? What will the neighbors say when they find out I went from C to header files? To header files. I have to close these text buffers because they are no longer valid. Actually, before we do that, let's not be premature about it. Do I not have the command here? GCC main.c task that out. Okay, that's a syntactic error. Why the syntactic error? Well, first of all, task that out. Main expected. Got a semicolon before return. I'm sorry, what? On line 18. What? You lied to me. Something went wrong. Oh wait, no, that's simple. That was me. That's actually not your fault. It's my fault. Hey. Okay, and we do task. Oh, what a glorious day, guys. We Wait 1 second. Where did the... Oh, because I got rid of it. Ladies and gentlemen, we're using header files again. We're using header files again. Oh my goodness. We just wrote our first header file. What a crazy day this is. What a crazy day this is. Anything is possible, guys. Anything's possible now. What's going on here to show and tell? That's your GPU stand. Flimsy GPU bracket out of a bunch of screws screwed together. I mean, that's better than some people, man. Too much. That's alright. I still remember seeing that picture. I couldn't find it again. There's a picture of someone using a CPU chip as the stand for their GPU. Like they have like some other CPU just holding it up. Hilarious. Peak comedy, even. Oh, this is a to-do. I don't know. We're not doing that. Yeah, kill. My goodness, what a crazy day we're in. Vim buffer.h. So now we're only going to use H files. What a time to be alive, guys. What a time to be alive. Now we can have circular dependencies again. That's crazy. A whole new order of solutions just make themselves present. Choo-choo Boris. That's tough, Kieran. What happened, Kieran? Oh, yeah. What is complexity in game dev? Compiling, decompiling all these softwares, lots of code words and things to memorize, NASA level tech and extras. Well, Melon, you're not going to have to remember this all. Like, keep in mind, dude, a lot of this stuff starts very simple. You start just with the basic thing. And then you start integrating knowledge little by little, continuously. Yeah, you don't have to know all this stuff now. You'll start learning bit by bit. And usually you're going to be learning about the thing you're dealing with in the moment. So, like, in the moment, you just have to learn what a compiler is. Or an IDE and just use that. Heck, I started with code blocks, man. Or actually, no, I started with dev C++ and just watched a YouTube tutorial, and I just knew the green button made the thing go, and that was good enough for me. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get up for a second. Let's not have blood clots. Let's actually get up and like squat a little bit and move our legs, because I realize it's been 4 hours. 4 hours just went by so quickly, dude. Like nothing. We're just gonna do some squatting, get the legs moving and blood flowing. Come on, guys. Let's not sit down so much that we grow mold. Let's get the old blood flowing through here. Huh. Yes. All right. Jeez, dude. I'm thinking like I just now want to just go into my engine project and just refactor things, just rip things out, redesign stuff, implement the things I've been thinking about doing, but I just kind of hold off on it. I was like, yeah, we're gonna keep things simple. Oh, brother. This is fantastic. More people scrolling hurts my mind. It's okay, Melon. Melon, just focus on the thing you want to do. If you want to make a game, just focus on making a game. You don't have to know all this stuff. Just put on blinders on what you want to do, and just focus on that. And if you need to Google, you Google, dude. Yeah, I started with code blocks. Code blocks, gang, gang. Hello, Wadu. What's up, Dhruv? It's a little time, I know. Kieran, there's so much I wish to do, man. Alas, poor Yorick. I knew him well. So we have our buffer. Let's just finish up this thing. Let's just get text drawing to our screen, and we'll go from there. I think we're just gonna do the overdraw thing where like if this index is too far away, you know what, I'm gonna add a character size constraint. Wrap length. So if wrap length, you're gonna keep things so simple, so stupid simple. We're gonna keep things super stupid simple here. What we're gonna do, we're iterating on here, on the input length, and then we're incrementing an index. So what our main major thing is we have to make this wrap based off the given provided wrap length, so that if I mod wrap length, yeah, that's what I call it, equals wrap length -1, we increment, we change our index. So index now equals so I plus 1 and now I'm trust integral promotion, which is why I'm doing this, plus target.x yeah, so we're just going down from there. That's all we're doing. And then we go into the buffer directly. Index equals, and then we do text text I. Perfect. And then we, of course, we do the if this is a valid, if it's not a valid chord, we just kind of skip this. I'm not sure if this is going to do what I want it to do actually, because this is going to be target. So we should actually do this. Oh no, because target is used here. Okay, I need to wrap my brain around this for a second. Let me read chat real quick. Yeah, C, big C. You mentioned Scratch, and that's the language they start with, then C, then Python, then SQL, then HTML, CSS, JavaScript. Who does that? It's a free course on YouTube and Free Code Camp that goes over a lot of what you need to start coding. Oh, the CS50 Harvard course? Huh, maybe I should check it out just out of curiosity. Circular dependency doesn't work well for classes if the first included class needs to use fields from a later included class. For declarations are fine enough for functions, though, I believe. Gotcha. Okay, I have to keep that in mind then. Because the use cases I'm thinking about is for class definitions for C++, so that might be an issue. We'll figure it out, though. What's happening? Just join. What's the description? Here you go. This is the description of what we're doing. We're making a tool to make our managing our progress on game development and tasks easier. So, what are we making? A terminal-based task management app that uses Vim motions and stores data locally. That's what we're doing. And we're doing it in C because, you know, why not? Have some fun, touch some grass, or I guess in this case, touch some silicone, and you know, maybe learn something too. Learn how to do stuff in C. Learn how our forefathers did it, and you know, just have a good time doing it. And so we're back at this logic here. So let me just refresh on what we're doing. We have this input here for target, text, length, wrap. Target is where we want to start drawing things relative to everything. So target is our starting position. In fact, I should really just name this to be starting position. Yeah, that seems good to me. So, and then index is like the unwrapped, the mapped index of into the buffer for that position. So this is the index at that position, and then we mutate start. Ooh. So okay, no. So we have index here from our start variable. Then we iterate across the text we want to draw to the screen. And why do we do I plus index? Oh, because that's the index. Yeah. That's the there's a name collision here, isn't there? No, there isn't a name collision. That's just what. Okay, so we just redefined this at some point. Okay, weird. Yeah, because we can actually just use index. We can just mutate index, or we can just do current and have current be set to this. It says the current index are going to be into the buffer that we're going to be drawing on. So it'll be 0 in this case. And then if we reach a wrap length, then we mutate current to instead be this, but just on the y-axis down one more. So this index, actually we have to redo a redefinition of index, because now index is no longer going to be, yeah, so actually we can just keep current the way it is already. We just have to change index and have it be just +1 on the y. Because that's what it's doing. Index is kind of defining our anchor point where everything's going to be relative to. And we're just doing the same thing here, but just plus. Ooh, wait a second though. Wait a second. Because it's just going to be +1. That's not the correct term. We should be doing in fact, we can just we actually just convert this math into like an integer and just make it even more simplified. Or honestly, this can be just redefined here, and it's just going to be int term equals so I mod wrap length actually it should be like this term that we're adding should be once One second, I'm doing something weird here. But I think we can really simplify this down into like a single just arithmetic thing and get rid of this whole conditional if thing. So that we can just make it be eventually just something as simple as just do this, calculate int, and then, or just call this more accurately y offset. And then we just add the term y offset to this. And then this would just be index in that unwrapped into the buffer. Now the question is getting this y term where like this only increments every time. It's just gonna be I divided by wrap length, right? That's how many times they're going to have to increment the y offset. So every time I, like for example, if I is 16 and the offset, the wrap length is like 8. And as we approach 8, it's going to be 0, and then once we surpass it, because it's going to be casted at int, it's going to go down, I believe. It truncates. Yeah, and that'll be the offset. I think that's just as simple as it's supposed to be. I think that's just how it has to be. In which case, like, we can just even define index here. And yeah, dude, like we could just, it's just contextual to the for loop, I think. And then, I mean, I guess we just gotta try it out and see, right? So we build our buffer, which prints things out, which also we might want to have a function just to print the buffer, but that's simple. We do this, and then we're gonna have to print the buffer again. In fact, we're gonna save the printing of the buffer till after. Actually, this order of operations is fine. So we just have to modify this to be like, I don't know, write to buffer. And then what are we writing to the buffer? We're writing the start index, which we can just do something simple like, I don't know, let's do 5 and 5. And then we can do not a string, char pointer, or char array actually, which would be I believe that should be correct. Hey, chat. And you're not happy, I understand. From there we do text, and then oh my goodness, we have to do text.length, don't we? Oh, we could just do length though, right? Isn't that a thing? Or no, I don't think. Let's just Google. Let's just Google. Yeah. No. There we go. C get length of C string. Oh, do you need a string header file? Let's see here. I'm sorry, brother. Okay, see if we're gonna find length of string. String.h. Str length s. Okay. So we need string.h. Oh, so much bloat, guys. So much bloat. And we just do Sterling and let's see here. Is it just str len and then that? Okay. And then let's do a wrap of like, I don't know, 8. Is that all? And then yeah, that's the length. That's the app. Perfect. Let's see if that compiler error is just in the head. Nope, it's mad at me. It's angry at me. Very sad. Using this function. I'm sorry, what? Unknown type. Oh, do I no? Unknown type name into as the input for the buffer. Oh, don't tell me things have changed now because you're using headers. I don't think that's the case. But I know there's some weird type def struct stuff going on, so I'm not sure. At main 3 though, buffer 6. Yeah. Yeah, it's valid chord. Oh no. Or do I have to actually wait. Since they're header files, can I just do that seems weird though. But I'm just curious now. I'm just curious. Nope, same stuff. And now there's like conflicts. Okay, no, I'm done. That's not the solution here. All right, this is when I consult the Oracle. That is chat. What's going on, guys? Sorry, I've been a little neglectful. Bowling Internet Cafe, coffee cup that learns the code. I think every coffee should at least learn Scheme, Prolog, Haskell, C, and maybe IDA or similar. Every coffee, like the actual coffee beans, like. Should I make other generic simulator or an adventor? Do an adventor. That sounds different than what you do. You said another generic simulator. Just do something different, man. We got integer 2 before GTA 6. Yes, we do. You never believe there's even there's in 3s. Pretty sure null is greater than or equal to 0 and C is undefined behavior. Off the top of my head, or maybe one like Elixir Erlang small talk. I've been thinking about maybe picking up Haskell just for fun one day, just to see like, or actually OCaml. I think that's the more chill version. If int is so good, what's int 2? Exactly. And if int 2 is so good, why not int 3? What's up, Cozy? What's up, Skydame? It's good to see you, man. You've been to like 2 or 3 streams this week? The year is 20XX. Mega Man X patrols the streets of Metropolis. I guess that's good to know, man. Alright. Told ya. What happened, Gabe Cruz? What did you tell me? Should I pick up AT&T at assembly again? I mean, I say yes. If you ask me anything like that, just assume I'm gonna say yes, dude. Like, I think the only time I would say no is like, hey, you know, should I don't know, should I partake in crack? And then I'd be like, probably not. That doesn't sound very good for you, man. That's not very good for your health. But diving into coding stuff or anything that's kind of older, That's an instant approval. Instant approval. Okay, initialization of int. What's going on here? Let's just get it clear. Okay, one error. There's a warning initializing of int from char pointer here. Oh. What? Where is this happening? Oh, am I not initializing int I? Wait, what's going on here? So we're iterating through text, which is a pointer to initialization of int from char pointer const makes integer from pointer without a cast. Int current I plus index. What? What are you talking about, Willis? Oh. I didn't specify this, did I? That's out of order. That's out of order. Okay, that's one. Okay, now we have another one, which is in file include from main buffer.h function write to buffer error s buffer undeclared first using this function. Oh, buffers. I made it a plural. Okay, that's simple. That's an easy fix. That's an easy fix. Yeah, I have to use s underscore buffer. I can't just willy-nilly just access it. That's unheard of. Yeah, because everything here has to be buffer size. No, not buffer size. S underscore buffer. Okay, so that's easy actually. That was just a minor syntactic thing. And I also made this buffers, not buffer. I'm sorry, what? How did I allow this to go on for so long? That didn't have a... That was S... That... What? Okay, I'm just gonna be happy that... Oh, wait a second. No, because that's a local variable. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter either way. But, okay. Now we... This is for real. This is for the beans. Okay, yes, compiled. It ran. Exclamation mark. Yeah, so clearly something did not go well. Clearly, I have been mistaken. But it's okay. At least it's compiling, which means our parameters are working correctly. Or we can pass in our parameters and it's fine. And now it's just some logical thing that we're just getting wrong. Which is okay. It is fine. We shall live. I should really just make these public consts or something. Whatever. We'll deal with this. Okay. So what's going on here? Let's just compile again. Now we're going to run it. And we just get one exclamation mark here. One exclamation mark. So everything else is just not working. So let's see what's going on here. And that's also not our desired place. We pass in 5.5. So ideally we should be like starting to print here, not there. So again, something awry has happened. There's some trickery afoot. Evil. There's evil afoot. And we gotta snuff it out. wrap length. I'm assuming it has something to do with this is valid chord business. Oh. Maybe perhaps this. Because is valid chord is going to be true if it's valid. Yeah, I probably had that wrong. Okay, so maybe it's just that simple. Okay. What's going on in the Discord here? Hey, Cozy, do you like cabinets? Of course not. What are you talking about, Pumpkin? Good times. Good times, Mastercrafter. Okay, I was just checking to make sure there wasn't like another spam raid like that happened earlier this week, because that would scare me. You're not scared. It'd break my little heart. Okay. Fantastic. Now nothing gets printed. Beautiful. Splendid. Precisely what the doctor ordered. We build our buffer. We have this hey chat text string. We say set a wrapper of 8. We pass in the coordinate of 5, 5. Seems cool. We go into write to buffer, start text length, wrap length. Okay, so what happens here? And if it's not a valid chord, we return. And it's a valid chord only if... In fact, let's just get rid of this, because we're for sure putting in a valid coordinate. So let's just see what happens here if we just let it roll. No, we got one character there too. So okay, again, something's not right. Something's not right here too, but we'll deal with that later. Honestly, instead of doing this negation, I should just do and whatever. Functionally the same. So let's take a look at our little math that we have going on here. So our y offset's going to be equal to y divided by wrap length. Okay. So if it's 0, if I is 0 and wrap length of 8, then it's going to be 0. And if it's 1, it's 2, and eventually it gets to 8. 8 divided by 8 should be 1. And it will continue that way. So okay, cool. That's going to increment per line. And then we do start.y times s width. That makes sense. That's the size of the buffer. Plus x. Start.x. Again, that makes sense. Because we're going down a line on the y. That means you have to go through s width number of length plus this additional y offset. So, okay. And then the x is going to be the offset in that one row. So that makes sense to me. And then we have current equals I plus index. Though honestly, we're not even using current. That's probably the issue here, is that we're not incrementing with, we're just setting one. Oh, so everything, that's why it's an exclamation mark, because that's like, it's all printing to one part of the screen. I mean, one cell. It's the wrong cell, but it's something. Okay. So that's like the last character. Okay. So, okay, that's the one part. So hopefully that is the issue here. That's GCC. And hey, look at that. We have a hey chat. Now, I'm not happy because this is moving on the X axis, which is cool. There's no positioning on the Y. That's less cool. Which means somehow our indexing is not working correctly into our buffer. Not cool, dude. So I wonder if our Y offset's affecting things. I am curious about that. because the X offset's working. And the current is helping, but now I'm kind of curious, like, can we even print a vertical line, like, using this math? Because it's the way I would think about it. Let me catch up in chat real quick, guys. Have returned to the land after the long journey throughout the vast land of the screens. No, my eyes. I'm sorry, Loves Ruby. I'm not sure what I did that hurt your pretty little eyes. Hopefully it's done, though. Fixing code gives me anxiety like bomb squad defusing bomb. It's okay, though. It's okay. Loves Ruby, you're not the one dealing with this, so it's great. It's good. You get to watch somebody else deal with this. It's okay. And you know what? If it works out, it's great. And if it doesn't, it's okay, dude. We're just here to have fun, make friends, and, you know, just enjoy the process. That's a Roblox chat sensor. Butters. Well, hey, Butters. Use the mod operator. The mod operator. That'll just keep offsetting it on the Y, wouldn't it? I mean, why not? Why not give it a try and just see what happens? What's the worst that happens? We seg fault? Make my day. Okay. Oh, nothing happened. That's even weirder. Maybe my understanding of indexing into this buffer is wrong. I don't think so, no. I can't be wrong. It has to be the compiler that's wrong. Or something else in the code. But I can't be wrong. No siree. I refuse. So is there any number of, like... Because I'm kind of curious. What happens if we do 10? What happens then? Nothing. And now if we do 8, okay. Yeah, and it overlaps. Hey ya, chat. Okay. That's not great. I mean, that's intended behavior, but not the Y offset blacking. That's not intended. That's most certainly not intended. Okay. And we're trying to wrap it within wrap length. Honestly, which we should use like a min function for wrap length. We use like either the smallest, either wrap length or the screen size, but usually it should be just wrap length. Okay. What could be happening here? Maybe it's a float thing. Maybe it's just a float because like maybe it's prematurely casting into an integer to do this operation instead of doing it at the very end. That's probably it. Nope. So it's not a premature cast issue. But you can't be truly sure until you put some parentheses around here. But I'm pretty sure it's gonna be. You know what? Like we could be doubly sure. Everything's afloat. He's afloat. She's afloat. We're all floats. Yeah, no, doesn't happen here. Okay, I mean, I'm still holding out on this theory here. So let's do something here. Let's say. In fact, let's just verify Let's just verify what we got going on here. Our Y offset. Per iteration. Let's just see what happens. Okay, made that bad boy happen. And yeah, it's doing the thing. That's correct. So clearly, something's going wrong with how we're doing our indexing. Like something is just, I have a bad assumption somewhere about how our char array is going to be working. And how we're going to be doing the maths, the graphs, the formulas. So let's like separate these terms into individual variables and use that to help us, I don't know, get the value we're looking for. So we have start.y. Let's evaluate too our start.y, and let's evaluate to make sure that the values we're getting, to make sure that our inputs are actually our inputs, because that also helps. It's good to kind of make sure that we know we're playing with a full deck, and yes, we are playing with a full deck. These coordinates are correct. Cool. So we're not wrong there either. And now, let's check our indices. Because ideally there should be a huge jump that happens if we are doing things correctly. If our wrap points are correct. Which would be current plus index. Okay. You see, bring this bad boy back here. So 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Okay. Yeah, so this is an issue there, here, with the math, that's the evaluation of this function. Something is going wrong here, and it's not behaving like we want to. I might just blame integral promotion. I think it might be something wrong at that level. So let's just do each one by one. So we have this y now term. Time s. Is s dot width good? Yeah, it should be good. Do we set it? It should be set, right? S width, yep. Yeah. It's good there. Okay, so we're good there. And I mean, this feels dumb to have to separate this term like that, but I just want to make sure that there's nothing weird going on here. So let's see if anything changes. We're going to do scientific method. Okay. All good. That's an easy bug. Okay. I also want to get rid of this duplicate. Nah, we'll leave it. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I should print like the whole state. I'm not sure why I'm just refusing to do that. Why? Okay. So here, like for example, right when this y offset becomes 1, this should be incremented more. Like a whole row size more, and it's not. Which makes me feel like there's something weird going on with this multiplication. Like if I were to change this term to be explicitly, what was it? What do I set this term to in build buffer? 70? If I change this to be 70, would that change anything? It does change things. There we go. Now we see the thing, right? You see the thing, I see the thing. Okay, so the issue is in our static term. I think our static term just isn't set for some reason, which is why it's returning 0. We do s with, this is called beforehand 100% because this buffer wouldn't exist otherwise. Int, oh, these are local variables, not global variables. I set them as oh my goodness, and that's gonna fix the problem here. Okay, simple little syntax issue. That's easy. That's an easy class of bug to fix. Okay. So now we can return this to be s underscore width, and then compile it again, and beautiful. Now we have our offset. Oh no, that's not good. That's going down. I want it to wrap around, but that's easy. Like that's me wrong. I mean, everything's me being wrong, but that's like a like that's just, I know the assumption I made that's wrong. And this is going to be mod wrap length. Beautiful. Now we have our text wrapping. So we can say a variety of things. Beautiful. First time, first try. First try, easy. Good job, guys. We got it the first try, right? Totally our first try and not, you know, however amount. And now the fun thing would be making like a, we can make this a render loop, so it continuously clears and then redraws, and we can have these objects like change the size so that we can have it be animated. So these can like oscillate left and right. That would be super sick. Okay, let me catch up in chat real quick. Sorry about that, guys. PCs don't run on updates. They run on electricity and code. That's why even Nokias are old. They aren't dead. They just work on the. I mean, like, you're right about that though, Melon. You're right about that. Like I love two things. Technology, products were made to last, and you own the products. I love those two things. I miss those two things. Are you sure Pyre even knows how to properly code? I don't think so either. 4.0 nice. This guy's actually coding this local. Dude always figures it out as I hit send. I'm sorry. I got you, Kate. That's definitely a logic heavy stream. Yeah, it's just a lot of yeah. It's exactly a lot of logic. I mean, it's all logic. Even when we're doing shader stuff, it's there. I think shader's a bit easier because it's much more. I mean, first of all, we're using Rider, so there's like more better error handling and stuff, and shaders are pretty quick. But yeah, anything that becomes like anything concerning like the logic of the application, it becomes the whole thing. The orb of confusion. I cast confusion upon you. Remove the length of the text on the line from S width. Yeah, so we don't accidentally overwrite the new line character. That's a good call. Oh my goodness. Mod, let's go. Yeah, we got the mod going, Kate. Those water Fruitigo Precies. You should do it, man. It's good for the brain. What's up, Donnie Chibi? Very nice name. Eat melons. We be eating melons, dude. What kind of melons we're eating tonight? Any code you create using software like Microsoft Linux or Mac is automatically owned by one of them as per their licensing agreement. What do you mean licensing agreement? What do you mean? Or I guess what do you mean by own? Like, I feel the tiredness hitting. Yeah, I feel that too, Kate. I'm a girl, loves Ruby. But you know what? We ballin'. Yes, we are. Loves Ruby. We are balling. Because you know what? We got this working. We got it working. We got our, oh, you know what I can do? Because I was about to do like a clear screen thing function. We can just mem copy, can't we? Like I can allocate one time a char array or something. That's like, I don't know, blank slate. Like, is that a thing we can do? S_blank. And then have it set to, oh, I forgot. Have it set to be, oh, I need a, okay. I'd have to set it on run. We have to construct it once in runtime, or I'd have to manually do this here. Oh, but then we can just like mem copy that. So we don't have to like, that'd be fast, dude. Oh, you can mem set to, ooh. Wait, so mem set to, what's the difference between that? And when you do the empty quotation marks, what does that do? Is it gonna just make it, initialize it to the default value? If that's the case, is that gonna be weird for characters? Cause, well, what's the 0 character? That's not true. I mean, they can steal it, then rename it without you knowing Microsoft, that is. Yeah, that's a whole different thing with Microsoft. Yeah, with Linux, I'm pretty sure that's not the case at all. With the whole licensing and everything. Beep boop. Not null. Yeah, not null, but does it head it like a 0 value? What is the 0 value for a character? You know what? I have questions. I can find out the answers for this by just doing one simple thing. Print f. Can I? How do you? Is it %C or something? Like a 0 value. What is that? Okay, that's not a lot. Oh, wait. I don't know why I'm so bad with semicolons. I guess IntelliSense really does a lot of heavy lifting for me. There's a warning. Assume to, yeah, that's fine. So what does this default to? Car. Okay, just a blank thing. I guess it defaults to space. I guess so. I wonder if that's a universal implementation. Oh, to null? That's null. Oh, okay. The backspace 0. Got you. Microsoft. F is desert. I mean, I don't know where you're at, Josh, but I feel like most, and I'm sorry for your loss, but definitely not something I'd be equipped to handle. But definitely any local repair shop that's in your area, they would be able to do that. Like, I've had issues where sectors off my hard drive are burned, and they were still able to recover it. So definitely look for a local repair shop in your area, and they'd probably help you out, man. Don't do that. That's going to cause many issues. Okay. Okay. So I just wanted to satisfy my curiosity with that, though. So mem set. That loops to that chart. That's what I was thinking with certain, like, when we searched up the documentation, I was like, I bet it's just iterating to that. So instead of passing it in explicitly, I could just use stir length on the thing. It's not that crazy. Hey buddy, what's up, Davo? We the cats of the cabin. We should make some. You know what? Okay, we're gonna. Oh man, coding is fun. We need to make some icons though for more emotes for the Discord. I'm probably not gonna do it on stream. I'll probably do it off. But what's up, Lewihos? Glad to have you. I don't know. I need to have some more decoration here. Make it a little more ornamental. I don't need to. I just kind of want to. That's a cool idea, though. I need to read the man pages or something on memset. Yeah, there's a Discord, Ruby. You can just do at. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. What was all that? Hey, okay, you're scaring me, pumpkin. There's a Discord yet. Thank you, pumpkin. I appreciate it, man. When I hear Discord pings of like regular length, I'm like, oh my goodness, there's a bot. We got botted again. A little bit. I'm a little bit traumatized from that, dude. From that botting raid that happened this week. All right. Should we make? No. When we make the application stuff, we'll do that there. We'll do the while loop refresh thing, or maybe we should just do that anyways, and then move it once we get to the application. Once we get to the application definition stuff. Either way, this should be. This is not known at compile. You would just have to make a pointer, or just do the memset thing. In fact, let's just try it. Clear buffer. Okay. Let's Google mem. First of all, what happened here? Hey, some new friends. Mr. Slim Jim. Good to have you here, man. Snap into a Slim Jim. Oh yeah. Glad to have you, man. I need to make some new GIFs too for this. They're nice, the default ones, but we can do better. We can do some good. Put some sauce in there. All right, let's Google. Let's do what people are afraid to do nowadays, which is, or I guess always afraid to do. See memset. Let's just read the documentations, man. Is used to fill a block of memory with a particular value. The syntax of memset function is follows. Start address of memory to be filled, value to be filled, number of bytes to be filled. Oh, bytes. Okay. So starting from pointer to fill. Okay, that's a simple notation. That's simple. Pointer, type or value, and then size. I mean, where's the function? Where's the function call? There it is. Let's just do it. Who's stopping us? So we have our s underscore buffer. We have our s underscore buffer size times size of char, I believe. And then the middle parameter is going to be space, if I'm understanding this correctly. Or can I just do, because it's a char we're passing explicitly, so we can just do, can you just do that? Can I just go here and just do clear buffer? Is there something, is there a library we need or something? Memset stdio.h. Nope, I have that. Okay, let's see what the syntax is. Oh wait, what? Did I not? Oh, wrong function. Whoopsie. Yeah. JK. Okay, this is for real now. Okay, now it compiles out errors. And then... Nope, still rendered. Actually, one second. Did I call this in the right time, though? No, we printed before we cleared buffer. Nice. So we have a clear text buffer now. Beautiful. Beautiful. So now we can just draw what elements we want to arbitrarily, and we can clear it. We can just clear the buffer. Oh my goodness, guys. Thank you, Kate. Thank you. You're just a galaxy brain. You're just a wellspring of knowledge. What's up, Father Roshin? Yippee, yep, we got the thing going. And now would have normally been like a for loop iteration. No, we don't do that there. We don't do that here. Except when we struggle sometimes, in which case we do that. But not right now. We're a little bit better than that. Okay, let's do one last thing. Let's try going for gold. Let's try going for gold here, guys. So we're just gonna do a simple. Actually, instead of doing a while true, I like doing this. I don't know, it just feels cooler to me. I don't know, can you blame me? So we build our our buffers. We clear the buffers. We draw some text onto the buffer. And then we print the buffer. And then we never free it because we're just gonna do Control-C to kill this process. And then what we're gonna do is how do you do sign function in C? What library do we use? Is it part math.h? I don't trust you. Let's see here. Sign in C using radians. No, it's angle. Is it? No, it's in radians. It's not. It's in radians. Returns a value between +1 and -1. Okay, that's fine. And yeah, just math.h. Perfect. So we can just include some more bloat. So much bloat in this project, guys. Ugh. Even React is lighter than this. I can't believe you have to use a math.h file for this. All right, and then in here, what we're gonna do is do int x equals. Oh, can I just do sign? Beautiful. Sine. And then we have to have some kind of thing here like time. It's not going to be accurate. Who cares? And we're going to do time plus equals, I don't know, let's progress at a speed like this. Who cares? And then we have to define an amplitude. Let's say of like, I don't know, 10 characters. That seems reasonable to me. And then an x is going to be sine time times amplitude. And then we're going to replace this with x. And we're going to place this in the middle, which I think it was like 70 something. So we put it at like 40. I think that's reasonable to me. A y of 40 and then an x of this. Okay, and then this is either going to be fantastic or the worst thing in our lives. About to find out. Undefined reference to sine. What are you talking about? What are you talking about, undefined reference to sine? What are you talking about? Dog, what are you talking about? Also, maybe 0.2 is a little too big. Is it capital S? No. We're using math.h. You can't do this to me. Do you know how much I sacrificed? Okay. This is a very weird error. In function main. Yeah, I'm confused. I imported the library. I'm calling the function. What more do you wish from me? Wait. Okay, let me read chat real quick, guys. 1 second. Hey, Gregory. It's good to see you, man. What C version do you program? Also remember to pass the LM flag to compile the math.h. Oh, do you need to do that? Oh. Is that legitimately? Oh, really? Oh, you're so... Gregory. My sweet dear Gregory. How clutch you were that I just turn over. You're the first comment I see, and you have the answer for me. I mean, we're going to find out right now. This is going to be fantastic. Also, let's vote real quick. Is this going to work first try? So let's find out, guys. Let's see if it's going to be working first try as I catch up in chat real quick. Can OmniSharp Mono still be used for Unit 6? I have no idea. I know what OmniSharp is. I don't know what OmniSharp Mono is. I recall OmniSharp got deprecated or is abandoned or archived or something. I'm not sure what OmniSharp Mono is. And I also don't know what Unit 6... Oh, you're talking about Unity 6. The Unity version should not affect that. But aside from... Because that's your LSP is just for... your LSP is just for the language itself. Unity shouldn't be impacted by that. 72% yes. Oh my goodness. We are feeling auspicious today, are we? We're feeling very optimistic. Do math above the studio. I made that up and not someone else. I don't want to have to do that LM command though. That's gonna be kind of annoying to keep doing. Okay. We're gonna find out now. You said 78%. We're gonna find out now, guys. I'm gonna end the poll right here. We're gonna find out. Now you can't change it. The results are... Where do the results go? Whatever. YouTube being YouTube. Anyways, we're gonna run it. That's not what I wanted. I mean, maybe it is. It's just maybe the values are just too humongous. So I guess it did kind of work, or it did work. It didn't crash. So again, you guys were right to be optimistic, I guess. Maybe an amplitude of 10 was too much. Maybe like 2 might be better. No. Oh, you know what? The new line thing might be an issue. The new line thing might be an issue. Let's just make this so that it's even smaller, I guess. Also, let's make it even slower. Yeah, no. So I think there's an issue with that new line thing. I don't even know. This is weird, man. But it works, kind of. Not what as I intended, but oh. No, Y is fixed, X is variable. Yeah. Okay, so I'm a little puzzled here. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a little puzzled. I'm a little bit perplexed. If I make this really small, did I have to specify 0.2 F and C? I guess it's fine syntax. Yeah, something is weird going. Something is very weird. Something very strange is happening here. Oh, you know what? You know what I should do too? It's not enough just to clear buffer. I think I have to do system clear, I believe. Okay, that's better. Why is this not? Why is Control C not stopping? Control C. What is happening? What is happening? Control C, you were not supposed to betray me. Okay, Control Z stopped it though. Okay. So, it's more fixed. It's very blinky. I don't like that. I don't like that. But, okay, let's bring this back to here. And let's bring this back to an amplitude of like, because this is supposed to be characters, so let's make this amplitude of 10 again. And I believe this should work for real. Okay, so you see the behavior there. It's not fully like cleanly visible, but hey, it's actually kind of doing the thing. Now that flashy issue though. It's weird though, because we're drawing to a buffer and then just printing it out, but I guess the terminal actually still does it one by one, so maybe what I should do is have this sleep a little bit, or maybe not sleep because that's going to be an indeterminate amount of time, but have this wait a certain amount of time before going to the next frame so that we can at least see the text for a prolonged period of time instead of updating it before it's like fully drawn out. I feel like there's like sleep, right? Like, is that a thing? I know it's a thing in C++, but how to sleep thread in C. Also, I know sleeping is not a good option because the time is very indeterminate. I think for our purposes, it'll be good, fine. I think it'll be fine. Do I need Sleep function in C. Is it just built into it? There's no specific libraries. Oh, it's okay. So it's yeah, dependent. Okay, yeah, because it's dealing with the operating system concurrency, not concurrency, scheduling. Uni std.h. Okay, there we go. Okay. So I can sleep, and then how do I pass durations? Is it just a long? 10 seconds. Okay, so it works in seconds. Oh. Does it take floats? Okay, so maybe not. This probably won't work in our time scale. Oh, wait. Milliseconds. Sleep underscore milliseconds. I mean, I know it's still jank, but hey. We're just trying something out here. How many milliseconds? Let's do 500. Okay. There's a function. It said there's a function called sleep underscore milliseconds. And it's using unisted. Don't lie to me. I do not appreciate being lied to. We're just gonna run it. I said we're gonna run it. Okay, undefined reference to sleep and you're killing me, dude. You're killing me, dog. You're killing. Is there another compiler flag I need to use this? Is that what's going on here? stdio.h uni std.h uni std.h. Yeah, I'm doing the thing. You know what? Screw it. We're gonna just have 1 frame per second. We're just gonna, at best, because it may not be guaranteed to produce that, ain't it? Oh, fantastic. Oh, how did you know this is what I wanted? How could you tell? Yeah, it's like nothing. It just, that's weird. I haven't read anything, guys. Seriously, I was teach the alphabet, learn from assignments, and gain general knowledge and pattern recognition. That's how we do it, Melon. That's how we do it, Melon. Is the browser feature the which key thing? You know, when you hold down a button and it gives you a way to choose GUI. No, I'm using Vim in browser. Vim has, you can download or get a plugin for Vim in your browser that lets you press F and then you can just select what you want to interact with. It's pretty cool. It's pretty sick. I greatly enjoy it. I am quite fond. What I'm not fond of is the milliseconds not doing what they advertised and breaking my little heart. Oh wait, 1 second. 1 second, I'm dumb. There's only a sleep function. They made their own millisecond sleep function here. Oopsie. And what do they do? Milliseconds times 1,000? Oh. Okay, just kidding. So, yeah, we're gonna do this again. We're gonna do U sleep. And it was 1,000 times milliseconds, which is going to be 500 milliseconds. Okay. So this time, we should be good. No, we're not. We're terrible. This is the worst. I'm sorry, what? Are you seeing that? That is so weird. That's so weird. It's legitimately so weird. Okay, let's speed this bad boy up. Let's do like an order of magnitude faster. See, but it spends more time in like blink state. That sucks. I mean, at least it's doing the correct behavior, but it's just... it's... Why? So sleeping just makes this run even... That's so weird, man. This is very, very odd. Because I was doing this with the expectation of, hey, we're going to spend this sleep period with the text displayed on the screen, but it's not. It's, gets cleared immediately, which is weird. Like, because after we do printf, it should be sleeping and awaiting with the text on screen before this, but it's like, no, it's not doing that. Oh my goodness, my brain, it wrinkles. It wrinkles my brain. I hate that the default browser does not let me do stuff. It doesn't let me do my GT stuff. What is going on? Do you like cheese? It appears that cheese is indeed a delicacy. Yes, it is. It's very much a delicacy. Is not support. I voted. Okay, let me catch up in chat real quick. As extern int usleep int before using it. What do you mean declare usleep as extern int? Extern int. What do I have to change to? I'm not comprehending. I wish to comprehend. When we say extern, you need to modify the terminal buffer, Kate. Oh, okay. So slow, yeah. Printf is slow. Yeah, that's... Yeah. I lied. Dang it. I can't modify the terminal buffer. There's got to be a way to do it. Because I've seen other terminal, native terminal things that are very good. They're not very delayed like that. So it's just weird, the order of operations here, because I get rid of that, and here it's like pretty fast. It's just that there's so much time in blink. But this is like drawing without using a buffer. That's what it looks like. And essentially what we're doing, because even though we have the text as a buffer, printf is still gonna just draw it sequentially, I'm guessing. Oh my goodness. So our dreams of having some kind of cool real-time system, unless we do something where like, nah. Because we could do a thing where we just don't clear. But it's still going to be a problem because then you have some ghosting. Which may be even better. Okay, well, first of all, and we're also calling this clear as well. Let's get rid of that. Yeah, and the offset from not using clear is just humongous. So you have to use clear still to keep things organized in a somewhat nice manner. Where's also the height? I want to reduce it a little bit to make sure it's on screen. It feels dumb to make it this small, but yeah. But I never did it. Okay. How your back not hurting? It kind of hurts a little bit. What's up, IL Marquise? How's it going left? You trying to solve the compound literal using brace and closed lists, assigning it actually? What do you mean going left? Don't use built-in sign, it's really slow. Try using Bhaskara sign approximation formula, it's way faster. Wait a second. There's a sign approximation for the shader library, or not for my shader library, but for the dev kit. Maybe I should just yoink that sign approximation and just chuck it in here. How do I want to go about this? Okay, we just do this. Maybe just use Ranger to find it. Shaders, Math Cgen C. Yeah, here's the file. And I'm not sure if the same one you're discussing. I think it's called Fast Sign. Yeah. And there's like a little paper linked in here. I wonder if it's the same one you're discussing, though. Okay. Fast and accurate approximation methods. Okay. No, it's from Takashi Kusaka. Leave me alone, pop-up. Stop popping up. But what is this one you're discussing? What was the name of it? Where are you? Ah, there we go. I'm curious now how it compares. Either way, it should be fine though. Like, I think this is much more imperative and like a more critical thing. Like in an application where we only use a basic sign, it's not the end of the world. But I did call it math.h bloat, right? Did I not call math.h bloat? So hey, let's just get rid of that library. Just get rid of that. We just use our own implementation here. Grandfather's house? Well, now you get to see it again. I'm learning to implement 3D graphics and objects in Windows, but it's a very different type of C I'm used to. Interesting. What kind of thing are you doing? Are you like making an engine, or are you just doing some 3D stuff for fun? Or are you following like a guide? Like, well, I guess Canmate here was more of a 2D thing. It wasn't 3D, but Oh my goodness, it's like 4:16 a.m. in the morning. I guess it is Saturday, but like at the same time, I probably shouldn't break my sleep schedule this badly. Okay. I still don't know if I want to commit to Riven Task or something, or just Task Manager, or just Task. I don't know. No, I don't live in Canada, but I'm like close by enough. You can move the cursor back and reprint, but you would need to write an algorithm to fill in the previous text with spaces. Maybe that might be faster. I'm trying to understand what this is solving by moving the cursor, because can we make this like really slow? Because right now we're clearing screen, and then we're clearing the buffer. Actually, the clearing buffer thing is fine, actually. So this is not the issue. The issue here is the printf. But I guess we can, if I'm understanding what you're saying, is because if we get rid of, well, what's the goal? What are we trying to prevent by changing the cursor position? Good morning, Ghost Cat. Kind of self-taught, but honestly, I've learned from a bunch of people around me who are much smarter. No, it needs to print those spaces. The buffer isn't clearing though. It needs to print those spaces. Any recommendations for what, Ligma? Groggy brain. Starting to feel it. Starting to feel it a little bit. So it'd be save hundreds of cycles. Well, I'm just trying to understand, Kate. So you're saying, cause like oh, I see. I get what you're saying. So you're saying instead of printing the empty places, you instead just move the cursor to the place where there's actually. Oh, okay. I see what you're talking about, Kate. And I guess we could do something like we can process this. Like we can have data that. Like we can have the indexes that we can skip before there's a change, where there's something to draw. That's something we can do. So like every time, for example, we can have like a skip list or something, and have it be like a buffer for that. So every time you draw something, it updates the skipped list, so we can see like, all right, this is the places, the indices where drawing needs to happen. But then the question is, how do you move the cursor? And I'd probably have to use something else to do that, manage the cursor movement. Unless I like Google. I wonder if there's a way to do that. I know there's like a bunch of terminal libraries that exist, but I want to try to avoid it as much as I can. But this might be one of those places where we just kind of can't avoid it. Yeah, but I see what you're saying, Kate. Then you put in either cuddling for those spaces or extra space. Cuddling? What's cuddling? Coding. Okay. Either coding for those spaces or extra space. Which spaces? The code cuddles, yeah. Too late. You're already committed to it. The code now cuddles. We have cuddling code here now. This Reddit post talks about it. Let me see. Also, let me check the Discord. I heard some stuff. Is there earthquake? That's crazy, dude. There's an actual earthquake. That's crazy, Melon. Hopefully it's not. But hack my Switch. I need to hack my own, dude. I don't even know how to do that. Flush standard out. I'm not sure. Oh man, I almost wish I could like profile what's going on here. Honestly, we could like profile like what does C still have a high performance clock? Or high, what was it? High resolution clock. No, not C++. C clock timer. Just to do some perf. Oh, that's for delayed stuff. No. T measure elapsed time. Okay, timers that provide a resolution of 1 microsecond are system specific. Makes sense. We had to deal with that with the fixed update thing. I'm not using C++ though, so I'm using C though. Okay, and it's specific to Windows hazard. So we have probably to use that. Look at the uni std header documentation to see if there's anything related to time. Brother, we have to look at this. There's a delta time calculation. Not built in, I don't think. Okay. Yes, I do this for my work, for my day job. Do you make what's a vucruse? Like a C buffer overflow? What I was thinking. You could also use this to disable printf buffering. Set buff std out null. Wait, what? Wait, what do you mean disable C the standard out buffering? Or just say, what's the benefit of disabling printf buffering? I'm gonna do it anyways, just out of curiosity. What's the worst that can happen? Just writing some untested C code on my machine. What could go wrong? C, I've never seen C and vulnerabilities in the same system. Okay, set buff. I'm sorry, what? Undefined references. Why is sign the problem? Oh, wait. We're using the wrong terminal, aren't we? That's main. Yeah, here we go. It works. Okay, and then let's do task. Alright, now we're not getting anything. Interesting. But it did compile and run, so it did do something. And it's doing things differently. So I'm curious now. I'm curious as to what... Also, we're doing this in the for loop. Like, if we can like set the standard the buffer for printf, can we just write to it directly or like mem copy to it or something? Or is that not going to change because we were still... Is there something else going on with writing or printing to screen? I am Confucian. And I'm ignorant. Because I don't really know as much about this. But it's doing something different because we're not seeing this anymore. Yeah. Thank you for the answers. When do you sleep, bro? Probably soon. What's going on here, Mr. Mamongo? Just trying to get something, some C code working. And it's not the fun. This is like the not fun part, or maybe the fun part. If we get into the weeds and actually do stuff that's not normal, that'll be cool. But this is not the like actually implementing the logic we want to have in mind. This is one of those things where it's like, oh, the contract I had with the system is not exactly what I thought it was. Why C? Why not C, man? Why not C? Why not take a break from all the abstraction and just get down to the nitty gritty, dude? Also, what's going on? I don't know how to pronounce your name, but hi. I believe it's Russian. If rendering more than 4 char, a buffer overflow happens, is what I read. Oh, if you're trying writing to that directly? Oh, is it wait, what? So this is a buffer of just 4 chars? Oh, dude. Why not Zig? Because I actually think it's valuable to use languages like C and C++ to understand what these new languages are trying to solve. So unless you make something that's like non-trivial in like C or C++, then it's hard to appreciate or understand what Zig or Rust or any of these other things are solving. Also, hey, let me go on Discord real quick. Yeah. Hey, Loves Ruby. Glad to have you. And it says, what's a song? Staying Alive. It's a good song. Oh, man. Mostly trying to solve problems they caused by themselves. The total amount of char is, hey, chat. Those are counts. The task tracker, if you're trying to make it work. But it's been very temperamental lately. Very temperamental. Ah, man. I like the idea of the skip list, but I have to figure out how to smooth the character. Okay. I guess before we hop off, I'd like to, well, there's a few things I want to do before we do that, but I do want to do something. I do want to start designing what the rest of the structure is going to look like. Oh my goodness, I can't type right now. And I don't know, get my brain, I don't know, maybe my brain's too fried. Maybe I shouldn't make architectural decisions about how we're going to structure this. Because this is essentially like a black box thing. Like, we're going to have to deal with this, but this is confined to the responsibilities of the buffer and the main loop that draws this. But we can start building the rest of the application out with it. And in honesty, for what we're doing, we only have to draw the screen every time we interact with it. We don't have to do a game engine loop where it renders every single frame, unless we want to have some cool visual effects going on. But for simplicity's sake and performance sake, we can have it where like this simply just draws anytime we do interactions with it. Which means we have to have like this whole input handling system. That's gonna be a whole thing. Rust is neat. I don't think everything needs to be ported to it. Zig is also neat. They all seem cool. I used Rust for a while, but for the things I was trying to do, I ended up having to violate so many rules of Rust where it was just okay, there's no There's no, why am I even using Rust? Which is why we have this whole C engine rewrite, or engine in C++. It's a whole thing. I've gone through a journey with Rust. I think if I have to do another language beyond C or C++, it'd be Zig, but I don't know. We're going to see what happens. We're going to see if I get bit in the butt by C or C++, and I mean, yeah, we're going to see what happens there, and then we'll see if Zig is the promised land that they promise us. Some docs. Well, I have largely here. So we have this basic mock-up for what this task manager is going to look like, where it shows the cursor, and then if you select a task, it's here. It looks like this, and then you move it left and right with the HJKL key. And then we have this basic definition of the persistent data that's going to be living here, and the session data, which is going to be the different states of the application. So there's a state for project selection, and then a state for board, where it displays all the tasks. And then we have these other sub things like the cursor, which is going to be in either two moods, navigator selection. And then we have the actions you can actually perform within this state in the application, and the commands and states, then the inputs required to trigger any of this stuff, and the conditions for it. This seems pretty reasonably fine. The big question mark is going to be the command structure, which is not going to be that crazy. It just means I'm probably going to have I have to make a decision how I want to design it. Like you do it like the glue sniffing way I did it, which was have one massive struct that can be any of these commands. Which in this case actually might be just fine. It's not as fine in the first context where I did that. Or we can just have like a queue of like, or stack or something. I forgot what structure we'd use. I think probably queue of void function pointers, or just function pointers for undo and redoing stuff. That's a whole thing we could deal with, and just have this undo stack exist so we can undo and redo things. That's the only thing that's a question mark, but that'll be fun to figure out. What in the world is minimum wage mansion? That's the game I'm making. Well, it's messy mansion, but for how much we're selling, it's basically minimum wage. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna be ending stream here. I'm gonna be calling it a night. I think we got a lot done today. I'm gonna hang on for a few seconds just to read chat, ask me any questions before we hop off, and thanks newcomers and returning cabin lounges for making it to the stream. Yeah, I appreciate it, guys. Thank you for giving me company and putting my brain onto header files and if defs. It's super cool. Thank you for the big knowledge you've been dropping, Kate. Super duper appreciate it. When's the next stream? I don't know. Maybe today on Saturday evening. But my usual schedule is Monday, Wednesday, Fridays in the evenings. Usually around like 7 p.m. because I work the next day, but sometimes I do streams on Saturdays as well. You can use these codes to clear faster then. Interesting. I'm gonna copy this. I'm gonna Google it out of curiosity. Save it in the doc. Anything else? What do you got here in the show and tell? Oh, my boy's animation. Very nice. Very nice, Terrell. Let's go, dude. Let's go. Asmat, you're coming at the very end of the stream. I was working on a task managing system for myself that isn't Jira or anything. Alrighty, guys. that will be just a desktop TUI. Yeah, basically. That's exactly a TUI. I like that term. I'm surprised I haven't heard that term sooner. TUI is the best way to describe it. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I appreciate tech stack, GCC and C, brother. That's all we're rocking. That's all we're rocking for this. Just a good old GCC using C and using some Vim. Anyways, guys. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed. And until next time, stay cozy. Ta-ta.